recording again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on the VOD. Starting a little late because of some camera setup, and I had to pause to make sure I could get Republic Commando streamable. You may or may not notice, but, you know, another 5% towards professionability, yada, yada, yada. I have no idea, Last Echoes. I don't know how long this game is. I don't even have a rough estimate for how long this game is, so I can't even begin to guess. Last Echoes, I do apologize. Whenever we're done, we will be done, and we'll go ahead and work on HOM 5. I believe is the next game? I'm not sure. It's on the website. Anyways, we're in the middle of doing a punching match with this ex-military guy.
Okay, whatever it takes to shut your mouth.
He's been talking smack.
Down to biz, huh? Ain't the only way you're going down. Follow me.
Oh, a lot longer than that, Michael. A lot longer than that. Wait until you see the Ruminations going live next year. 2 cameras ago. And then 1 camera ago.
You ready? Not too scared, are you, Buttercup?
Look forward to it.
Like that. You like getting your ass beat, huh?
God, their wind-ups are terrible. Sorry, I already know how the two are connected. Although the mere fact that you mentioned that is itself a spoiler for future reference. Yeah, no. I lost. Wow, okay. Yeah, no. I can't do that. I mean, I could, but it'd be slow and boring and terrible. He has way too much health, and I'm only doing 150 a smack. So I think we all know what we need. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Harand. Always appreciate those very much. Thank you. No, I'm not going to cheat. I don't like putting up the cheat flag, even if it's absolutely 100% deserved. But in all seriousness, I don't want to do that. It is non-lethal. Yeah, I mean, we basically haven't been pushing body, because why would we? It'd be a waste of everything. Because I don't do that. Over here, though. Yeah, exactly, Blue Wolf Alex. I don't think I particularly feel the need or desire even to cheat on that. And thus I shan't. I mean, apparently we're just going full hog on crafting, despite what I said earlier. And yeah, I noticed parry also loses health. If it wasn't for that, I probably could actually have that. I could get the timing down and just parry my way through it. But... and then, still think we're pushing handguns, which we're going to need more attributes for that. Where are we at on our hacking? Meh. Where are we at on coup? It's okay lines, Octaft. I'd say it's an okay line. If we ran into the save corruption issue in only 4 days, then we have done something wrong, Lord of Mordor. I have I did a... Oh my god, and now Last Echoes is saying me the exact... So guys, I know about it. I appreciate your due diligence and trying to let me know, but I actually did my due diligence and I have looked... Oh my god, Harriet. That's 3 people in 5 seconds. I have already done my due diligence in looking into exactly what causes it and how. We will probably not run into that. If we do, oh well. I've already given the game a negative for that aspect. Because, yeah, that's probably not something that's going to be patched out anytime soon, however. So, think of that what you will. Yes, they are in fact made of worms. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to sound aggravated. It's just, come on guys, 3 in a row. What's funny is all my friends have been linking, like my sister has sent me a link to one of the articles about it. And Lord Reloaded sent me a thing about it. Gary sent me a thing about it. Pac sent me a thing about it. I'm like, I appreciate it. I do. It's a good way to keep in the know if people get news for you. But on this one, I actually did bother to look into it myself. We're on top of it. Alright, so, what am I doing here? Wait, there's this Cyberpunk game coming out? Holy crap. That's why I'm not actually upset, Blue of Alex. It's like... In fact, you know what? This reminds me of something. First of all. Second of all, you mind if I tell you guys a story? While we go do some random chill streaming. Let's just go for that. So, since we can't do that right now, or at least not reasonably, let's sweep out, shall we? Laura's a fixer. No, Laura's a corpo. Yesterday? Why is my double jump not triggering? Double jump. No, it's all good, Blue Fox. I wanted to clarify because I'm not actually upset and I'm not actually. You know, you guys are cool. I would rather 50 people tell me than 0. You know what I mean? I know that a lot of YouTubers and streamers get irritated. Wow, they actually have ads in the gutters. I know a lot of YouTubers and streamers get irritated by people constantly telling them the same info over and over. But like I said, I'd rather everyone told me than no one. It is a good way to keep an information network going, unironically and unjokingly. So, we are recording, right? We have hit record now. Yes, okay, we are back. So, I'd probably make a good fixer. Yeah, you look at ads. Well, of course, there's no ads now. There's ads there. There's ads there. Hang on. Let's just hit the stream brakes. What do we got here? Thank you for telling me, Ventures, about the save corruption thing. I appreciate it. Appreciate the info. Thank you, Vigilant. Oh my god. Where would you like that to go? I'm sorry, what does Windbreckle power mean, Lord of Mordor? I'm gonna wait for a response here before I go into my stupid, irrelevant story. Romance! You got it. We're gonna have the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Thank you, Lord Aramon. Romance. 3 kingdoms. 14. Do you have any power? They do. They absolutely do.
I'm so sorry.
As much as it's all, the corpos run everything, and they kind of do, there is plenty of authority and control that, you know, the actual politically elected government does have, as well as with regards to the police. It's the same way, like, does a mayor have power in real life? The answer is yes. The real life mayors of real life cities do have power. Also known as Windbreckle. I need to write that down. I like that. Windbreckle. What do you have? I have the most windbreckle of them all. Yes, good, good. Sorry. But, you know, they do have the ability to set policy, get kickbacks, allow for legal jurisdiction. A lot of money flows through the mayor's office, especially in Night City, mostly because they're the ones that people come to bribe. Now, you might say, well, that's not really power, and you could argue that, but they effectively are a target for lobbying. And the corps can replace officials, but the officials themselves can... It's basically it's a balance thing. There's more power on the corps side, absolutely. But it's not like it's 100% on the corps side, and a decent mayor who wanted to go against the corps could do some damage before they took him down. Sense make? So hang on, I gotta scroll back up here, because amidst all the windbreckle, we missed a question from One Winged Angel. She's interested in trying out JRPGs. So you want a first-time JRPG. Now, there's actually a bunch of options for there. But I'm going to suggest 2. We're just going to go with the big names, okay? Final Fantasy IV on the PC. Has to be the PC version, very specifically. Or Dragon Quest XI, which you can play any version for that one. Those 2, I think, are very good first-person JRPGs. First run. I can't talk today. I'm screwing up all my things. First-time player JRPGs. Off the top of my head, Ventures? No, I got nothing. If you want me to cite an example, I got nothing. Now, of those 2, it's worth noting Dragon Quest XI is a substantially better game. However, it is probably worth noting that whether you want to start with the great like that is kind of up to you. FF4 on the PC is a good game. Dragon Quest XI on whatever is a fantastic game. So, up to you if you want to start with the good or the great. But I give you those 2 options. Oh, I did in fact see Mr. Red.
Got a client who needs help with some internal corpo skullduggery. Our boy wants dirt on his arch nemesis, one Mateus Stowe. What do you say? You got your shovel ready? Briefs attached.
Why only on PC? Because FF4 has... seven different versions, each of which is unique and distinct from each other, and then about 5 more versions which are just gradients based on these. Of those 7 versions, the PC version contains all the elements of the DS version with 3 things removed, but a few things added, the most important of which is a difficulty option, because FF4 on the DS is going to beat you in the face, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Whereas on the PC, you can set it to easy difficulty and therefore enjoy the remainder of the game without having to, you know, through it. Sense make? Oh, congrats, Hazardous. Any games lined up?
You are here. I heard you.
Please vacate the area. You have 10 seconds to comply.
This is our new gun. I like how it aims. Hello? Hello? Come on. Oh, here we go. No? Yeah, it makes sense, as just... And I do hope you enjoys, really. I mean, I love Mario Odyssey a lot. Let me hack it! Is it seriously not gonna let me hack it? It does not want me to hack this thing. It really doesn't. Okay, fine, I'll just reload the game then. Piss on you. Stupid freaking game. My first JRPG was either Final Fantasy 1 or Dragon Quest 1, so what the hell do I know, Pika? When do I think Cyberpunk will be patched and playable on consoles? Consoles currently has higher priority for patching than PC. So that should really answer that question. Wow. So speaking of bugs, certain ground doesn't count as ground. Now, if you don't know what I mean, you notice how I'm not double jumping right now? I noticed this earlier. In fact, I have noticed this in earlier areas, but it hasn't been this stupid until right now. Now, this exists in most games. Like, if you try to jump and then double jump and then you slide, you can't double jump again because you haven't hit ground yet. You have to go back and hit ground in order to get your jumps back. So I haven't got my double jump yet because I haven't hit ground yet. Whereas... Oh, well, this doesn't count as ground either. There we go. There's ground. We have now hit ground. Oh, my God. Anyways. If someone asked me a question in the middle of that, I might have missed it, because that's just distracting as hell. Corpo thieves must die. I'm not a thief. I'm a treasure hunter. Thank you.
No, I haven't heard anything. We lost contact with him a few days ago. We don't
Job
plan
just
to...
came in, V. You're gonna break into the Cytech factory and steal some designs belonging to a certain Rihanna Kumar. Surprise, surprise. Client's Kumar herself. I'm guessing you'll need to wrap your head around this one. So be sure to scan the deeds.
I mean, I've stood by that opinion for many, many years, One-Winged Angel. Don't mistake me, I'm sure there are people who legitimately prefer classic over retail. Just like there are people who prefer being punched in the face over getting a massage. No judgment. It's just, you know... I'll take the massage, you know? Me too, Tesla. Me too. Because, yeah, I'm sure you've noticed as well as I have who is working on it. Really, Mockingbirds? That's pretty linear, and I'm actually kind of okay with that. Hey, we can hack again. Let's go and make hacking a little bit cheaper. We don't want to be too overconfident. Yep, it's time to check out FedEx. Give me some tags, please. Anyone in there? I would probably not recommend FF10 as a first JRPG, no. I know I have in the past, but I've changed my mind. The answer is no. I'm not saying it wouldn't work, I'm saying if you asked me to, I wouldn't do it.
That's the unexpected!
FF10 is a little bit, that.
From all foods, provides 330% of recommended daily line.
Well, absolutely hazardous. I just hope that, you know, it'll work out, because I'm going to be honest with you, I do not know how long we're going to be here in Cyberpunk. I haven't exactly been taking my time, but I certainly have not been rushing.
You know what your problem is, Diaz? The city's swarming with people like you. Street scum by the thousands, ready to follow the most basic of instructions. Yes, sir. One more screw-up like last week and you'll be pounding the pavement. You, your family's insurance, your rent relief, all of it. All swirling down the toilet bowl of your pathetic life.
All in favor?
Understand, sir. One word from me and you're gone from the system. Poof. And nobody'd even realize it. Because someone just like you will take your place. Probably even look the same. Enemy contact! I'm engaging! Go, go, go!
No, he's actually dead.
That's the head!
By the way, that attitude right there, that... there's a term for that. There's an actual term for that. It's like chipper shredder employment. Because that's an actual thing, and that's a very, very real problem. It's one of the reasons why plenty of companies and plenty of industries do not have the motivation to get better. The "you can be replaced" attitude. Yeah, the revolving door employment, which is just bad, like I said.
Shoot!
And causes many issues. V is now a killer. I would not call that murder, personally, because I think that was a justified killing, but that's just me. Yeah, I've worked at shredder jobs, or chipper shredder jobs, or revolving door jobs. Or I like chipper shredder better, because revolving door doesn't sound as horrible. It needs to sound horrible, because it is. You know?
Damn it! We're exposed!
He's doing good damage, by the way, compared to the... Whoa, 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 whoa. You don't get to actually hurt me. Look, if your boss wasn't evil, this wouldn't be happening. You don't need to do this, buddy. Don't worry, you're not dead.
Oh, no, no!
Yeah, wood chipper jobs, I like that. Just wood chipper jobs. Really emphasize that. Doesn't do as much damage reliably as the other one, though. Anyways, sorry, so FF10. Would I recommend FF10 for, like, a second or third JRPG? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I mean, I could see myself, like, let's say someone does get into JRPGs. I would probably be like, alright, like, let's say you want to try out the FF series. I would actually recommend you follow the general path that we did for the review series. Which, if you remember, was 1, 2, 3, 10, 10, 2, 12, 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6. Roughly. There was actually a couple of variances there. But follow that general path line, and I think that would be a good way to enjoy the franchise. So, 10 would be pretty soon after that.
You know, it's after gigs like this, I think to myself, shit, am I glad I got V.
You're welcome.
Keep up the prim work. Closing the gig.
I will say this. Oh, I have no idea, Colgram. They haven't even made FS for 50 years already. I have never done a run of Tactics Advance, no, Ultraman. I've considered it several times, it's just never come across my plate. Hell, I haven't even done a run of Tactics at this point. Well, that's not true. I did a lore run of it, but not a review run of it. Anyways, point being that these people are all about to have a very bad day.
I'm done, alright? Just shut your ugly ass.
What in the hell?
Sorry. Trying to be careful to not hit those guys. Because you notice the explosive right next to him, and this is a fire gun. Doesn't matter. So yeah, like that guy, I'm not going to shoot. Come on. Get away from the civvies. There you go. Good girl. God gotta save the cities. I mean, yeah, they'd live, but I'd still rather not shoot them, you know? Especially with a giant explosive thing. Could you guys run? Anyway, so what do I think needs to be done to fix the setting? The problem, Lord Murder, we actually talked about that earlier. You're asking me for, you know, use a hammer, but it doesn't work that way. This setting is so fundamentally, systemically broken that there's no do this and it's fixed kind of an answer to your question. What this requires is time and effort and care and work and thought and process. This is a whole complex problem which needs a whole complex series of solutions, you know? Step 1, Intel. The two biggest things, I did say this earlier, so forgive me the repetition. The two biggest things, figure out what's beyond the black wall. Right? We don't know. So that would, you know, from a fictional perspective, that would involve someone writing and designing what is beyond the black wall. So, you know, that's step 1. Figure out what's out there and figure out what we can do to deal with that. Step 2 is doing an in-depth personnel analysis because, especially at the corpo level, I was just talking about the balance of power. There are people at the corpos, and this is true in the pen and paper as well as in this video game. There are people at the corpos who are decent folk who are just doing what they can because, well, this is the world they live in. Those people are cool. Those people need to be, you know, tagged. Then there's people who don't give a damn, or just in it for the power, or are greedy, or stupid, or selfish, or evil, or any combination thereof. Those people need to be... So,
Sure you want to do this?
what we're going to do, just going to make sure Bregwin gets a job here. Alright, Bregwin, I want you to process the insurance claims for these guys, who, I remind you, are not dead. So what do you do for their claims, Bregwin? Honestly, that's one of my headcanons too, Mockingbirds. This is the 6th Street game. I've been wondering who we've been fighting here. Yep, she's wounded. Cyberpunk, probably hazardous. Witcher is already kind of on the path to improvement, really. And we do a lot of that in Witcher 3. Cyberpunk has been screwed for, you know, a long time. Kind of by design. Darkest setting that's not fixable? Real life! No, ran into PC clause. That's a good point. If they have that clause, that covers a lot. That could, it's kind of one of those blanket clauses. But yeah, Rendon Howe is one of the people, I agree, Pika. Dead Space? Yeah.
V, got a client who needs help with some internal corpo skullduggery. Our boy wants dirt on his arch nemesis, one Mateus Stowe. What do you say? You got your shovel ready? Briefs attached.
Yeah, no, Dead Space, that's a good answer. I'm gonna go with that one. This is where we died earlier. Or rather, couldn't hack this thing right here. This very turret. Stupid turret. I just wanted to hack it. Make it shoot my enemies.
Hey, gorgeous. Listen, I'm about...
Yeah, Doom actually has got its shot, strangely enough.
I don't like it.
What?
This is your final fucking warning!
Oh no, he's gonna shoot me! He's gonna shoot me! Oh shit, there's another one. Let's fix that. There we go. Well, I got 2 military-grade turrets on my side. These are not non-lethal. Actually, they might be. Who knows? But yeah, we have made Dragon Age better, so we got this. Yep. My friends are my power.
You are instructed to reveal yourself.
There's also a... Okay.
Suspect.
I'm right here. No, I'm over here now. I'm over here. Over here. So anyways, there is theory crafting going around based on Dead Space 3. Spoiler, that the you-know-whats have been carving a line, like a straight line through space, making a dead space, right? And so yeah, how big that swath is and how bad it's been is certainly an interesting question.
Come out!
Right here, dude. I'm right here.
Give up! You got nowhere to run!
Okay. And that is why this is the Captain Marvel. You can also call it the cease and desist for Carol Danvers, if you want to go that route with it. Well, no, Lord of Mordor. The problem is we don't actually know. Really, we don't know what's beyond the Black Wall. To repeat myself a little bit.
Fuck!
We were talking about this earlier. This setting isn't like Forgotten Realms, where everything is codified. Where we know all the things so that the GM know... No, instead of just lining everything up so there's a codified central history, it's all just kind of up to the GM, right? So the GM gets to... It's a deliberate design choice. It's so the GM can make up whatever they want to in any given Cyberpunk game, right?
Fuck out of here!
That's one of the reasons why I said the only person who really knows is Pondsmith. So, what's beyond the Black Wall? Rogue AI? I mean, there might be Rogue AI. We don't actually really know. Even the submarines thing isn't necessarily codified lore. Thank you for the bits. So let me explain about this game-breaking button. Take a drink. Let me take a drink here. I don't have it on hand evermore, so I have no idea. Although I do know that it's apparently a take on the Fermi's paradox. Deliberately a take on the Fermi's paradox, I should say. Very possible, Tesla. Again, every now and again I wish I had the strength and reach and power of being, you know, a real streamer or whatever. Just real internet person. Media person. I don't know what word to use there. So I could reach out to Mr. Pondsmith and be like, hey, you have time for a couple questions? And he would say yes, and actually respond to me. And then I would say, okay, what's beyond the Black Wall? And follow-up question, have you designed what's beyond the Black Wall? You know? At this point, I'd say yes, Cashel, although, to my knowledge, this game hasn't addressed it, and I don't think it will. This game is actually... I know this is going to sound like a strange statement, given how monumentally huge this game is, but this game is actually very small in scope and scale, as it probably should be. Hey, Gary. What am I still in combat with? I mean, yeah, it's Night City, but it is still just one city, so... I have to admit, Captain Marvel's growing on me here. I think I need to start trying the Mark II more, though. I'm not sure I like the Mark II. I don't know, maybe we could upgrade the Mark II. It'd be better at some point.
Really want to
Wow, beautiful work, man. Stove's finished, even if you don't know it. Big thanks. Contract's closed and eddies are flying at you.
Give me a...
See, it still crits on a headshot for just as much as the Mark 1. It's just, its average damage is lower than the Mark 1. Non-lethal. One of these days that will stop being funny. But yes, Pika. I thought I already answered that, but yes, is still the answer. Favorite job in FF14? Gunbreaker, Dancer. I'm gonna stop there. And maybe I'll go ahead and add Astrologian to the list. So there you go. Those three are my favorite job. Did we finish? Oh god, don't ask me that, Mr. Red. Don't make me regret doing these ruminations. Just, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. Dude, if we ever have non-lethal rocket launchers, I am super doing that. I haven't seen any rocket launchers yet, though.
Yo, got a gig for you. Corpos like to call it human asset liquidation. It means someone's gotta go bye-bye. Fee's attractive, but not without good reason. Target's an animal. Check out the deeds attached.
I mean, Blue Mage is my favorite job in FF5. I don't really have to think about that. But there are several jobs I enjoy. But yeah, it would be Blue Mage. What's up?
Your pretty little face is in for it now.
Aw, he said my face is pretty. You shouldn't have. Oh, wow. That's the target. Didn't realize what I was fighting there. I mean, we have non-lethal arm blades. I think we can make a non-lethal rocket launcher happen. If I had to live in this setting, I would shoot myself. There we go. Question answered. As I say, that is literally the boxing gig on top of the kill the thing gig. Let's go ahead and move on. Oh, it doesn't say what that car looks like. I am curious what this car looks like, though. And we're kind of sweeping out anyways, because we gotta go... Oh, that's another car. Oh, we've already been over here. That's why. Oh god, you're right, Tesla. And I'd live through it.
Like to call it human asset liquidation. It means someone's gotta go bye-bye. Fee's attractive, but not without good reason. Target's an animal. Check out the deeds attached.
GTA 4 is weirdly eldritch. I think I talked about that during the review of it and the lore run. That is the Thornton Colby CX-4110... 410, excuse me, Butte. Is there a deadlines for the floodgates being open? So I assume you mean the floodgates and not the stream gates. To be clear about their terminology here. If you don't, well then let's clarify. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we finally found a good hat. We did it. We made it. Got it. Well, I don't care if it's good. I care if it's terrible. Yeah. Oh, this is before we did this. Wow. This is in the past here. screw it. It's time to craft. There. Screw it, mode engaged. There's a new sheriff in town. And there she is. While we're here. What's that? Oh, that's the assault rifle I wanted to poke around a bit at. Fixer or Corpo. Tesla. Or Solo. All of those are applicable, really. I like how Gary popped in and was like, hi, and then immediately left. He was like, must avoid spoilers. Little did he know. There are no spoilers here. Hang on, we have that paragraph. Like, I bothered to get that. Yep, cool. That's true, I did spoil the hat. That's on me. I mean, I'm certainly playing her like a solo, I'll be honest. Not really on purpose, it's just all this side stuff is super solo friendly. 3. Colin Peluso. Just glancing at what we got here. Yeah, the game is... you're supposed to play a street solo. It is clearly designed for you to play a street solo. Play what? Yeah, exactly, Raskor. I'm not really complaining, it's more of a statement of fact. You know? It's just kind of how it is. Street is just your origin path, Mockingbirds. Solo is your class. That's all. I mean, exactly, Raskor. That is pretty much my point. If anything, this is more fuel to the fire for why I think you probably should not actually have the origins at all in this game.
Been living good? If you ain't busy, I got a gig for you. Real classic. All you gotta do is break into a corpo zone and plant a bug. Info's attached.
Like, I don't actually mean this as a negative, to be clear, but this is not Elder Scrolls, this is Witcher. We are playing a predefined character. That's fine. I really don't have a problem with that. But yeah, they probably should have just gone ahead and locked it down and said, here. And they kind of did.
One and only. You, Ted?
Call me Teddy. Get in. I'll give you the brief.
Fine. Teddy, what's the sitch?
See that garage on the left? Belongs to Kendachi. Tip came in, they've got some special goods sitting in there.
Special?
For the 6th Street gang.
So, what's on me to do?
You get in the garage and place this tracker under the truck. Just watch out for surveillance cams.
Piece of cake.
You are making my career right here, V. The soldier of truth.
You know your way around their security?
Oh, I like you. You want deets? Teddy's got deets. Here's the deal. 2 cams, 5 guards, and another 3 in the back. Oof. Looking a little green at the gills, but hey, I get it. It won't be easy. Just do what you can to keep that mug off camera. Got it?
Sure. See what I can do.
Okay.
All right, Teddy. Time to get to work.
Just, do your ninja stuff. And don't get caught on camera. Cameras love me, not you. I'll be in touch.
Sure thing. I do like the fact... I do like how I can play her. And you'll notice we've been playing her as a decent person. And I do like that that's an option. But yeah, you'll notice of all the complaints I have, of which I have plenty, that's not one of them.
Fuck off, okay? Yeah. Everyone's fault but yours. Fuck you.
Yeah, a decent, non-alcoholic. We don't drug. We don't smoke. We're gonna die in, however many weeks. Because of some bullcrap.
Always was, always will be.
She's also... We're also playing her as a talker, if you've been paying attention. And we very much know how to react to whom, and how to talk to whom. Because that's the real value of a talker. Some people think a talker means always being diplomatic, and even saying that way is actually wrong. Some people think always being a talker is always approaching everyone with the same type of diplomatic approach. But being diplomatic means knowing your target and talking to them in the way that you should for that target. And that is absolutely how we've been playing her, too. Because you'll notice she's gone back and forth between... Yeah, reading the room, exactly. She's gone back and forth between being completely on top of things, shutting people down hard, and knowing when to shut the hell up and back off because she's in over her head. And I like that. What do you got for me? Yeah, in short, she is smart and charismatic. I know it's kind of a joke, but I never say this jokingly. You gotta know when to hold them, when to fold them, when to walk, and when to run. I mean, I sincerely doubt I will ever replay this game, Last Echoes, although, of course, there is the possibility of expansions in the future.
Calm down! Where are you? Are you fucking crazy? I can't help you! Then you're fucked!
In truth, I'm not sure. To be blunt, most video games do not allow you to really change your character. There are a few. Mostly the CRPG categories, you know. Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Tyranny, you know, Pillars of Eternity. These are games that allow you to really determine who your character is. Most of the games kind of tend to follow within a... They do the dog thing, right? You are walking on a line, right? You have a dog on a leash. The dog is the player, and the person is the game. So, you are going on a path, and no matter how much that dog strays, that dog isn't going to stray particularly far from that path, because you got him on a leash. It's probably one of my favorite analogies I've ever heard, by the way.
Why don't you fuck off, okay? Yeah. Everyone's fault but yours. Fuck you.
Oh, he's in a bad position. Well, there's lore runs, of course, One Winged Angel, but then there's also lore runs. So I assume, basically you don't, is the short answer, One Winged Angel. I can't believe I'm going to get away with this. Oh, nice Colin Palooza. Don't send him to me, just enjoy him. That's all the present I need. Now, if you want the long answer, Mr. One-Winged Angel, I can. So let's talk deets, shall we? Which particular game or series are you thinking? FF14. Okay, so, no. Now, here's the thing, though. We already have done an FF14 lore run, or rather, we've done one portion of it.
Gonna be a good day.
We've already sort of made a precedent for how we're going to handle MMOs going forwards. And we're going to do them block by block, which generally speaking means expansion by expansion. So there would be no WoW lore run equivalent from FF14. Not going to happen. However, we will do FF14 chunks. For example, we will do ARR, Heaven's Word, which is already on the books, and Stormblood, and we've already finished Shadowbringers. So that is the kind of thing that absolutely will happen, and we will, of course, be discussing the lore and the backstory and the making of and all that, just like we already have. Like I said, we've already done a lore run of Shadowbringers, so that's done. But if you want me to sit down and do a 5-month stream of just going through FF14 front to back as a dedicated lore run, the answer is 100% absolutely not, never, no. Make sense?
Framework. Ted's gonna shit so hard on those Kendachi fucks. They won't know what hit him. Anyways, respect for running a tip-top op, closing the contract, and releasing your eddies.
Yeah, a lore run of any MMO is a monstrosity, just to begin with. FF14 is also particularly anti-lore running. And I mean that sincerely. Just doing the Shadowbringers run was incredibly stressful and horrific to me, and involved over a week of just not getting rest and not taking breaks and constant work. And that was a normal run. Well, you guys have already started funding the review runs of WoW, Last Echoes, and that probably should answer your question. Yeah, the WoW lore run really was my, that's when I peaked. And that was the terminus point of my streaming career right there. My biggin, if you will. Now, I should clarify something, Mr. One-Winged Angel. So I don't do lore runs anymore, but I do lore runs all the time. Now, I've been deliberately vague about this terminology because that's the nature of how people think of things. You know, most people don't think in terms of specifics, they think in terms of generics. No judgment, I do it too. But in my mind, a true lore run, capital L lore run, is a huge thing. It involves a tremendous amount of prep work. It involves knowing a particular game massively in depth, to be able to discuss it at a mechanical level, at an in-depth lore level, and at a creation level, as in behind the scenes kind of a thing. Yeah, I have to be able to really sink my teeth and dig through that game and really discuss and analyze it. There's a reason we kind of stopped doing things that I have labeled lore runs. The last one I did was Earthbound, and that was just kind of by coincidence, because I did happen to know that game that damn well. So, we're kind of done with capital L lore runs, because we've kind of done them all already, right? Like, we've kind of covered everything that I can cover at that level of depth and strength. Now, that being said, a lot of people assume everything I do is a lore run. So, I've started referring to them as lore runs, lowercase l. Lowercase l, lore run, is just when we play a game and we review it, because pluses, minuses, but also we discuss it, we analyze it, and we talk about the gameplay design, and we talk about the lore, and we talk about the mechanics and the behind the scenes, right? Just like we've been doing with this very game. Do you see my point? There is a clear distinction, especially for me, not only in my mind, but also, you know, from how much work I put into a capital lore run rather than a lowercase lore run. But this is why I have no problem saying that everything we do is a lore run. Because it is. That's just the style of how we stream. I assume, Mockingburns, you're talking about... well, I don't know where. Somewhere up here, though. Unless you're talking about... I have no idea where you're talking about, actually, at this point. What the hell is city center? Define city center for me. And yes, that includes the Ride. Okay, you joke about the Ride Hell Retribution lore run. It is probably worth noting that one of the reasons that I am so proud of that lore run, capital L, is because I did my work on that one. Like, I actually did put a fairly large amount of time and effort and work, and I treated that like a capital L lore run. So I assume you mean Corpo Plaza, because I don't know what else it could be at this point. And I assume you mean that spot right there. So, we'll get there. Probably not today. But I will keep it in mind. Yeah, I think I prefer this gun to the Mach 2. I think we'll settle as this for my revolver for right now. Does that answer you, Mr. Red? He's fine. I mean, fine is relative here, but, you know. Yeah, GOG is having a winter sale too, by the way, for anybody interested. So yeah, this is the Tony Stark. So it's a shame because the Overture is ridiculous. We haven't modded the Overture yet, it's worth noting, whereas we can't really mod this thing. I think I'll bank. Where's my car? I just want to unequip it. There we go. No. Come on. There we go. Let's go ahead and bank that. The Mark II. We might come back to it. No, the car is the Judy. Someone actually donated for that, believe it or not. So now we just need a good shotgun. And I'm still kind of inclined towards the Spider-Man if we ever find it again. I haven't seen one in a while. Ooh, danger high. Come on, Judy. Let's get out of here.
Hey!
Next time, don't dodge in. What is this, GTA 4? Don't dodge into the way. Oh yeah, with your guys' permission. Just gonna go ahead and, there we go. Actually, I guess we could do like this. It is a very well-presented story that actually pulled tears from my eyes. Ripped them out, you might say. More than once. If that answers you, Kratos. Oh, we got here. We've got... This sounds like a very appropriate driving song right here.
I don't typically see strong-arming as the best way to get results. Still, sometimes you're left with no choice but force. There's this scuzzbag needs to be reined in.
Shoot, that was a cop. Hang on. No, it's on purpose, Tesla. You only noticed because I had the option up. So... that was a city. Damn it! Oh, whatever. He's not killed, at least.
We got wounded!
Medical debt in Cyberpunk. Slightly worse than medical debt in real life. This is definitely not game music. Oh yeah, we can do that now, because we have the mods. Epically sorting my inventory here. Indeterminate hazardous. For reasons that should be self-apparent, I'm kind of holding off. There's our crit chance mod. I've been holding off on those pants for this long until I could pull that crit chance mod out of that. Oh, I'm sure quite a few, Lord Harriman. Yeah, we have finally changed out our pants. We got those way early on. We got super lucky with those. I don't know what that is, Kratos, so I'm gonna assume no. You guys don't like the hat? Come on, it's so terrible. This music is very much for the hat we are currently. Oh, we can make... Oh, right, duh. We can upgrade up components now. We can make a lot of stuff now. Look at that. That part's copy wrong. I actually know that, so we gotta actually switch songs at that point. Sorry, guys. Sorry. You know, it's not copy wronged. Actually, it totally is, but who knows. It's okay. If I'm going to be accused of being a felon, I might as well be accused of being a felon for some good music, right? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here we go.
Hey, watch.
It's not technically yet Mr. Red, because it doesn't work that way. But it probably will be. Most likely.
You know, I don't typically see strong-arming as the best way to get results. Still, sometimes you're left with no choice but force. There's this scuzzbag needs to be reined in. A sadist on a corporate leash. A real hemorrhoid on Night City's ass. Do us all a favor and handle his contract. Details are attached.
Yes, ma'am. So this is an assassination. Just want to be clear about that.
Sorry, do you have...
The fuck you on about?
Non-lethal. this gun is terrible.
Heads down, goddammit!
Is there a Vic Vega in here?
Hit on, fucker!
But yes, Trump has to actually sign it into law, because that's how that works. But it has passed both the House and the Senate. Because of immense stupidity, if I might be so bold. Not just because I'm against the law itself, but because of the very nature of how the laws are made. Alright guys, here's this, I think it's 5,000 page document. You have 2 hours to deliberate and vote on this 5,000 page document. It's also full of legalese. Which law? Yeah, exactly. As I say, I'm pretty sure 5,000 is the margin. I didn't kill him. Wow. I mean, yeah, no, I mean, it's legit. It's just... Got it. These guys were protection racket people. It's a pretty dumb law, yeah. It's pretty dumb. On every level, too. That's the funny part. As I've already discussed, which is why forgive me for not going into detail. I don't feel like repeating myself on that one. But it is dumb even from a corporation level. I'm pretty sure that there are legal teams at corporations who have pushed for this and convinced their bosses that this is a good idea so that they can continue to pull their paychecks for being the legal team of that particular corporation. Not joking. Inventing busy work is not exactly a new process. To keep yourself employed. People in chat have already answered you, Mockingbirds. Forgive me for not going into it myself. Again, I've already talked about it entirely too much. And yeah, this law is attached... I mean, this is so normal. This law is attached to the COVID relief bill, for God's sakes. And I know that every now and again, like, you're just like, well, that's normal. And it is, by the way. That is absolutely the normal way how that works. That is standard operating procedure. But every now and again, I've found something. I've found that every now and again, My Little Pony was right. Hear me out. Hear me out. There's this episode where Applejack, who works on a farm, for those of you not aware, is going through this lengthy, ridiculous, Byzantine process in order to do her chores for the day. It takes her forever to do it. It's nonsense. And when called to task for it, she starts explaining, well, I did this because this, and I did that because of that. And she starts explaining all the reasons why she had this long, lengthy, ridiculous, stupid Byzantine process. And all of them were valid. Here's the problem. They're not valid anymore. One of the things that I have found in my life, and I try to do this more or less continuously, give me just a second, Carwelis, is reevaluation. Every now and again I feel it is necessary to take a pause and step back and say, okay, hang on. And see if something is... we should keep doing something the way we are doing something, or to see if we should reevaluate. And I feel that way very strongly, and the more I've been doing that in my life, and this has been a decade-ish range at this point, kind of a thing. More recent than I would like to admit, I'll go ahead and be honest. But ever since I started doing this, there's two really big reasons why I've become a firm proponent of that concept. Number one, you don't always need to keep doing things the way you did them. Sometimes the reasons have become invalid. Sometimes the way you're doing things was inefficient. Sometimes there's just something better that's come along. Right? Doing things better and improving is kind of a thing. But there's a second reason. And that's that every now and again, as you're going through these processes and you're self-evaluating, you reaffirm that, yes, this is, in fact, the best way to do this. And that's a quality control thing, right? And there's a comfort to that even, knowing that, okay, hang on, should I really be brushing my teeth this way and then this way? Hang on, let me do some research, let me see what dentists are saying, let's look into the medical thing of it. Okay, no, this is actually the best way to do this, and so we can now, with some confidence, go ahead and continue using the previous existing model, because it is actually the best model available at the current time for the current resources. And then, in a while, it comes back up for evaluation again. Vote for me. See, the problem is, I've thought about your model, no offense, Alok, and it actually sounds kind of terrible for what I actually want. Again, no offense. What I need is something that allows me to do what I have asked for, which you have told me is not feasible, which is fine, which is why, after 2 reevaluations, I continue to do what I am doing. Why is this still happening? Why am I still in combat? Who is still in combat in this stupid building? Hey, Tazara. Oh yeah, I'd just get eaten alive. Or do nothing. I've already said that. If I actually got into the house, you know what would happen? Nothing. I'd be the guy who'd show up and be like, hey, and nobody would even pay attention to me.
In the trunk? No sieves hit? Yep. Knew you were the right one for the job. Very soon Vega will learn his actions bear consequences. I'll teach him that personally. Pro bono. Nice work, V. All Night City thanks you. Get closed and sealed.
No. Hello? There we go. Rogue is like in her 80s, Tesla. So I'm totally with you on that. But, like, no. She is not someone I would want to be with. Ooh, a crusher. Honestly, our current is better than that. We could try an LMG instead. No, we can't. Same ammo type. Anyways, thank you, Carwellis, very, very much. Always appreciate those. Sorry, you caught me in the middle of a rant. I do apologize. I will put that towards Dishonored, and indeed already have. I did it in the middle of that. And thank you, Zygmus. Always appreciate and obliged. Thank you. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. And then Carwellis is like, here's some more subs, because he hates me. I don't know. Thank you again, Carwellis. If you know where you want those to go, let me know. Please and thank you. Sorting here. Well, we just lost a bunch of armor, but our crit chance just went through the friggin' roof. Where's our crit chance? Crit chance is only 23. What? What? Gothic 1. Is that on the list? I'm not actually hold on to that. Nah, change my mind. Alright then. If Gothic's on the list, then I've already vetted it. You got it. Still looking for the Spider-Man, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, that seemed a little low, Last Echoes. This is actually Kingdom Hearts 3 Mockingbirds.
Fucked up the calibration.
That was weird. Oh, duh. I am so stupid. Shooting like it's the other gun.
You fucking cabron!
Dumb boy. Wasting my time. Really, Mockingbirds? I'm sorry. I in no way mean that in a mocking fashion. It's just Kingdom Hearts is actually rather well known for having a rockin' soundtrack because Yoko Shimomura. This is the boss battle for Syx in Kingdom Hearts 3's Memories DLC expansion, which I can't think of right now. I mean, preferences, Mockingbirds. I'm not trying to mock. It's just, again, Yoko Shimomura, you know? There's a reason she's my favorite composer of the modern era. She is at the top of that list. I was mentioning that earlier, you know, Yoko Shimomura, David Wise, Jake Kaufman, and Jeremy Sewell. Well, this is her.
No justice! No mercy!
You insisted.
Watch out!
I'm just officially. Correct, Mockingbirds. She's done a lot of music over the years. Street Fighter 2, Super Mario RPG, back on the SNES. The entire Kingdom Hearts series is her. She does almost all of the Mario and Luigi series, which is also some excellent music. She does good stuff. I like her. She learned at the feet, so to speak, of Nobuo Uematsu himself, also known as my favorite composer of all time. V is the sheriff now. If you got problems, well, we're gonna be cleaning up this here town.
What happened to Juliet V? Fuck. She never mentioned she had a sister. It's a crying shame. Thanks for grabbing that data, V. Gig's closed. I'll be in touch.
No, see, she's not racist, Harriet. I know, shocking. Look at this! Look at this. Sorry. Oh yeah, there you go. No. Which one's this one? Oh, this is Luxord. Excuse me, Lushard. Actually, my personal favorite is this one from this bundle. Hang on. Let's wait until we're actually in like a combat sequence to show off that one. Yeah, I've been saying Luxord for years, but they never said it out loud until Kingdom Hearts 3, and then they suddenly pronounce it Lushard, and I'm like, whoa! Okay, it's Lushard, apparently. Who knew? Because I didn't. Damn. Okay. That's fine. I don't disagree, Last Echoes. And that's what makes it so beautiful. Ooh. Let's get even more crit chance in there. We're just going to be a crit happy build. That's what we're going to do here. I mean, that's why they call me the sheriff, because I'm a crime against fashion. Wait. I just realized I have the wrong thing on this. There we go, that's better. Okay, so where are we going? Where are we going? Looks like we're going over here. Yep.
Yeah.
No, we're going up Reflex, finally, now that we've got all the crafting stuff we want. Sorry, officer. Didn't mean to threaten you. It was hard for me to put away my gun. You mean you're just so filled with violence? No, I mean it was physically hard for me to put away my gun. Oh, right. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Left your lunch in the usual.
Just a nice day. Everything's happy, peaceful, quiet. But soon, violence will erupt. And a wall will be in my way, but it's okay. Because jumping is weird and awkward in this game.
We're fucked over here. Hell is this shit? Fight.
Unfortunately, they're all dead, but I'm going to leave the song playing because it's a good song. This is probably my favorite song from Remind right here. Also my favorite fight from Remind, while we're on the subject.
V? Hey, listen, there's this chick. An NC badge. Knew too much for her own good. So the top brass tossed her into the loony bin. I'm gonna need you to bust her out. So you're American Shining Chrome? Specs attached. Be in touch.
Well, I would sneak in, but, you know, the music.
Wasted time and money. Someone goes
Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt anybody. Except for you. Although, in fairness, this is your fault. That's alright, Zacto. Alright, who am I in combat with? Hang on, let me loot all your bros. Well, that's all I need to see. Time for indiscriminate destruction. Hate your meat? Man, that's like the worst ad campaign right there. What am I in combat with? Whatever. I mean, yeah, of course, Zacto. Ow. Ew. Not a word.
Got a key.
Aww. That's kind of terrifying, actually. I wouldn't call this a hospital. But yes. I would call this a that, Raskar. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you like the FF14 stuff. Sortie Golbolo? Sortie Golbola. Sorry, I'm saying it terribly. I apologize.
What's your problem?
Sorry. Wow. One of the only things I didn't loot. Yeah, speaking as someone who would literally rather die than be put into a place like this. Like a real-life version of this. Yeah. I'm getting you out of here. Let's go! As soon as the game acknowledges that I can do that.
Dixon? Jasmine Dixon?
That's me. But who sent you?
You're getting out of here with me. Can you walk?
I don't know. Walk to where?
Hey, listen to me. Everything will be all right. You're getting out of here, okay?
Yeah. I understand. We can go.
Okay. I have to take the stairs, because the elevator's bored. She just walked through the door. Well, I know you're going to teleport with me, so let's just see if there's any enemies on the way out. Sorry about the trouble, people. Hi. You know, I'm curious how you think this is going to turn out, exactly. Don't worry, you got a hospital right here. I'm sure they'll treat you. God, you can literally see her teleporting on the minimap. I'm not complaining, it's just funny.
Get in. You're going home. To your husband.
I did not
He's
pull
already
that gun
waiting
out.
for you.
Oh, God. I thought I'd never... that they'd... Oh, you don't know what they... how how many times they... every day...
It's all over now, Jasmine. They can't do anything to you.
Whoever you are, thank you.
So about that being sheriff. I'm trying to think V might be a good agent.
Solid work, V. Jasmine's on her way to her dearest husband, and I get my dearest Eddies. Or should I say, our Eddies, huh? Job well done, V. Closing the gig.
Of course I did, Zectaft. I guess it's believable. I mean, you know, super soldieriness isn't really all that out of bounds, and they're really low tier as far as super soldiers go, you know. Which is okay. I'm okay with that. I would even go so far as to say I like that. Yeah, we just kind of shut down a hospital. Sorry, I really need to be more clear about that. What's this song? No, that's not the one. I need to be careful. There is actually copyright music in this playlist. I haven't gotten to sort it yet. Here's a good one. Very cyberpunk apropos. No. Actually, hang on. Yeah, the preacher's probably dead. Sorry, Kog. I know you're a better streamer than me in every way, but you're dead. I tried to help him. I gave him money.
Yo, V. Got a guy looking to be extracted out of NC pronto, or else it's his funeral. Need me a decent driver who won't shit their pants when things get hairy. What do you think? Check the spec.
Well, I got the song for it, so I'd say we're in a good, decent shape here.
6th Street. Hate those bastards. Vomit lofty patriotic bullshit all day. Act like fucking animals.
Some people just want an excuse. Some people just need an excuse. Some people are on fire.
Oh, fuck. Goddamn bloodbath in here.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna not look at any of that. I am not on board for that.
What's this?
Hey, that's your tune, isn't it? I think he's alive. Fuckers like that always land on their feet.
God damn it. Well, I thought we were going to have an exciting car chase, not this bloodbath, so forgive me. Anyone left?
One eyeball ain't gonna cut it!
Let's see if we can get this guy out of here, shall we? Hello? this to me.
Focus, damn it!
Let me guess, I can't talk to him while I'm in combat. Alright, where's the last dude? Are you a last dude? Nope.
Don't, no, please, please.
No. I'm not gonna hurt you. I ain't gonna hurt you.
Think you can take me on, bitch?
Is there a default way of going up? God, where's my thermo? Let's do a ping, see if we can find him. No, where is he? Yeah, it's gotta be down then.
Back in 71.
Please, don't kill me!
Found him. He was in the basement. You were right.
Hey, you hear me?
Now, if I was a little punk bitch, where'd I hide?
Huh? Oh, fuck. 6th straight day.
I know. Flavio, right? That you?
Yeah. Oh, you've got to get me out of here.
You don't say. Fine. We're out.
Ow! Oh, shit! Car's in the garage. Oh, take me there.
Where are you at? Now.
So anyways. Don't worry, he'll teleport to me, probably.
Oh,
yep.
You've got the cords?
So, now the exciting music.
Got him.
Shit. I just wanted a little fun.
Quick ripen. You're alive. Unlike the girls.
I don't know, Zach Taft. It depends on who's writing him at the time, since he varies in threateningness, I've noticed. Okay, so the good news is we're really close to your thing. The bad news is I can't move the car anymore. The good news is I think I don't have to.
Hey, over here.
Oh my god, that's the exciting car chase. 10 seconds. Oh, for
Where
God's
is
sakes.
the client?
He's over there.
In the back, bleeding out.
Shit! If he dies, I don't get paid.
There's motivation.
Did my part.
Get out of here. Oh my god, these people. Wrong song. Sorry. I meant this one. You're kidding, right, Zach Deft? I mean, sometimes the Jedi Knight can beat him one-on-one, and sometimes he can destroy a planet by himself. It's pretty inconsistent. Yep, we're up to 65 down there, and I'm going to continue ignoring him. Hey, Javin. I hope your experience has been... well, better than mine, to be totally blunt, but I hope your experience has been good regardless. You don't like my car? Dude, I love this car. Like, it started off really just as a joke, but man, this car just survived that, you know? What more I need to say? That guy's dead now. Well, we'll get a Meredith someday. We haven't gotten a Meredith car yet. We'll work on it. I already know which car I want to call the Meredith, though. Listen, I'm trying to make the world a better place, alright? So let's make the world a better place. Is this just... Are all y'all... Okay, let's try out these new guns. I've been wanting to try these things out. These new grenades. They don't seem to be doing anything. I'm not sure they actually did anything at all. Ah, whatever. A lot of nothing. Have the wrong grenade equipped then. Activates 21 lasers that deal damage for 5 seconds. No, this is supposed to be the killing grenade. It just didn't do anything. I'm guessing I just aimed it wrong or something. We'll just use a straight up frag grenade. Because yeah, I've seen the scan grenade. Hello? Oh, hi. Back over the wall. Okay, well, that was easy. She was considerate, Tesla. I like that. You know, I'm actually curious. Hang on.
This number is temporarily unavailable.
See if there's anything we haven't said to him
Please
lately.
leave a message.
Probably not, because we've been doing side stuff. Yep, nope.
Jackie, this is so stupid.
Yeah, no. We'll do that when we have more plot developments. We're dead. Interesting. Where's this? Where are we at? Okay. Yeah, explosive damage, I have been informed, uses a completely different calculation for resisting it, ergo tends to do more damage, technically, because most people don't have explosive resistance. Hey, Shaluda.
They're shooting at me!
I think the Captain Marvel's fallen behind a little bit.
Had enough of this shit!
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and upgrade her in a minute.
Come on, fucking move!
In adolescence, it just takes one brain dance to get them hooked. We need to act now. We need a mayor who will think of the children before they grow up and fill this city with a massive, neurotic, lust-driven, hyper-violent animals. Won't someone please think of the children?
We nail one asshole to the wall and another rises up in the polls. Politics is fucking usual.
Sorry, Johnny, but I don't have time for your little anarchist revolution.
Yeah? Well, it'd be easier than slicing heads off a fucking Hydra. One more reason this city could use another nuke.
Yeah, it's got to really feel... Like, I'm trying to think how to explain this. I don't exactly sympathize with him, but at the same time, imagine that you do this horrifically massive, devastating thing. And then it does nothing. I nuked the city, and it's the same. Like, that's worse than it being worse, right? Because at that point, you've just accomplished nothing. All you've done is make radios fly in the air, and nobody cares about that.
Give me a hand here!
The use of firearms to advance traffic is prohibited by the law, guys. It's a big no-no. So strong it glows. Warning, drinking alcohol increases your risk of developing cancers. Cancers. Plural. Hey, Giga Pudding. I do hope you've been enjoying. You now have turbo cancer. Congratulations. Back to the aviators. I mean, I am, as I've said many times, unhesitating in my negative comments about this game, but yeah, make up your own mind kind of a deal. Alright. Where are you? Let's do a couple upgrades here. One more. Or, I guess we're stuck at one more, because we're maxed. Put an upgrade a hat, very important. Upgrade our armor a little bit. I've been pretty diligent about it, Colgrim, so not super surprising. Hit me with the boring first, Disco. Let's try out this new shotgun we just got. Is this it? Oh, this is the case shotgun, isn't it? Yeah, it should be fun. Well, yeah, 40k kind of beats everything, but, you know, what can you do?
Taking heavy losses!
Yeah, have fun with materia. It's one of the better aspects of the gameplay, Disco. Also, memorize that select button. You might end up needing it, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where are you?
Keep firing!
Yeah, imagine if, you know, the Adeptus Mechanicus wasn't ridiculously overpowered, but was the still overall same style and flavor.
Try my new toys out on you.
I think that could fit this setting pretty well.
Remember to take cover!
He says as he stands out in the open. What are you doing? This is not the time for interpretive dance. Hey, Giga Pudding. Again. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy Solstice. I don't know what else is going on right now, so you're gonna have to help me out on that. Well, Eris doesn't really do anything with computers, but Tifa works regularly around them, so I suppose that answers you, Disco. It is obviously Tifa. No, the real question is how does Tifa type with boxing gloves on her hands? Hang on. That's what I thought. What? Do you take your hands and your face off before you go to sleep? Sorry. Come on. There we go. Yes, our spruce. You might wonder what makes it a rail shotgun. Well, it can do this.
Engaging hostile!
And that.
Soldier KIA!
This might be our new Spider-Man. It doesn't have the color scheme. I wish we could change the cosmetics of our guns. Or the colors of it or something, yeah. Rocket? Yes, this is a non-lethal rail shotgun. In case you're doubting, by the way, you notice how it turns, to quite a point aside, you notice how it turns red after you mouse over them? That means they're alive, see? Blue, red. So, no, they really are still alive. I keep pointing that out because every now and again someone continues to not believe me that we are non-lethaling our way through this game. And I need to keep reminding them, no, we really are. Alright, who's left? I am making a note right about here. Huge success. There we go, note made. Well, you're gonna make a lot of corpses, Tesla. So, you know, whatever that gets you.
Just give up!
See, that guy's dead. You can tell because mouse over. It's also there's a lot of blood and he took collision damage, but whatever. It's his own fault for being an idiot. Idiocy is now punishable by death. Let's see if I live on my way down this stair. In fact, it's literally safer to jump off that, I just realized. That's up. It's way up. Come on, Judy. Judy. Okay. Thank you for not running me over, Judy. That's right, we're gonna let gravity decide. We're gonna let gravity decide Von Baconator. Thank you, Von Baconator. I very much appreciate your eating bacon habits, as I always do. Thank you very, very much. And I'll put that towards tactical choice. You don't like my car, Giga Pudding? Like, this is the best car, I'm just saying. I rest my case.
Hey!
What's funny is I think this is the cheapest car in the game, too. We got it by coincidence. Like, I was like, well, it's cheap and I wanted to get this quest off my map. And yeah, I really have fallen in love with this sucker. I really have.
Fucking game is more stressful than life itself.
Ain't the America I fought for.
What? What am I looking at? Oh, real man smell. I don't even want to know what that actually smells like.
It's us, Crocs! After making waves in Tokyo, Sydney, and Paris, their next stop is on your doorstep. Night City, expect the unexpected!
First 80 gigs free of charge. of something. Oh, right, the Johnny Mnemonic reference.
Next time you fuck something up.
Hello? Who's that?
Dude, I would pay for that gig of pudding. I am not even joking. Oh, hi.
Let's have some.
Oh, it's the news. Okay. I mean, news is just ads. Just, you know, less well directed.
I'll give you a rip.
Alright, Monza. How are things? Yeah, can I please get some room service? Let's see, I want a croissant. I want a slice of an apple. And a crappy Danish. And I want to be charged $15 for that. Think you can make that happen?
God damn!
Appreciate it. Which one of these yahoos is Lucius? No, Colgrim, absolutely not. No, 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 no.
One eyeball ain't gonna cut it!
Well, I'll debate it, but probably not, no. So, so much loot. Hmm.
One eyeball ain't gonna cut it!
You think I'm wasting my time over there? Yeah, the AI has no idea how to advance. It's actually kind of irritating. Oh my god. My ear really does itch. I'll be right back.
Had enough of this shit! Give me a hand here!
I have to admit, I've never really liked the AI in this game. I'm not sure if it's fully negative worthy, but it is definitely not positive worthy. I don't know.
Had enough of this shit!
I know you always push for negatives, Console Hub.
Give me a hand here!
You got it! Hello, Death Eagle. Or I guess non-lethal Eagle. You're now non-lethal Eagle, just as a heads up. I've rebranded you. So... where is this Yahoo? What? Okay. Ah, there it is, down. Well, whatever, as they say. Yes, I am playing on PC. Like you do. I don't care about Lucius. I don't know who Lucius is. They get to live, whoever they are. Don't care. Are you Lucius? Did anybody hear Lucius? If you are, I gotta kill you. No, okay, whatever. Nah, we're not breaking the no-kill rule. If he was like right here, or if I could have found him, sure, but whatever. We're following the what's called the Harry Potter rule.
Today's final story is an unwelcome one for pet owners. The canine ownership tax will increase to €1,000 per dog per month.
The house sparrow just became extinct.
The fine for possessing an undocumented animal will increase to €40,000. Thank you for tuning in to the M54 local news.
I like how we're drifting on the elevator here. You noticing this? Yeah, I remember that ad. That went
like the taste of lead in the morning.
That ad's gross. Wait, are you frickin' serious? You were the guys I've been in combat with? Yeah, stay down. Jesus. What? Work with them and everyone loses their minds. Why would Well, thankfully, I'm not a YouTuber, so I know you're not talking about me, Colton. Although, speaking of which, get her music going again. No, believe it or not, Art Monso.
Hey, you!
I am, in fact. I do tend to mean what I say when I say it, and I do tend to actually have reason for saying it rather than just, you know, I heard someone on Twitter. Hell, even the save bug issue is more complex than people are making it out to be. Hey guys! Oh, can I get your hat? Get that hat. Oh, I hope I can pick up that hat. Check in a second. Yeah, Dex has stopped qualifying as stupid. On technicality. This is a shotgun. Yeah, I was just looking at that scope like, why? It reminds me of a very old joke from Awkward Zombie about a shotgun she got in Borderlands, which had a really, really nice scope with super long range and zoom in, and it's a shotgun. I would say wait a year, Death Eagle, but if you don't want to wait a year, go for it. There's still some good here. It's not like there isn't. But that is my... I've been saying that so many times. That's my overall advice. Wait a year. Wait for the patches. Wait for mod support. Wait for any possible expansions. I came here to do something specific. I already forgot what it is, so whatever. Let's just do this. Yeah, I would also not recommend getting it on console unless you don't have a choice, but then again, who knows? In a year, it might be fine, so I don't know. So how much is gas? $480 a gallon? Am I reading that right? Yeah, no, I am. Wow. There's also gasoline plus, premium, ultra, and regular. What do you think of Jackie? Well, he's technically gotten 3 positives by himself, Shaludo. And that should probably answer you.
What can I get for you? Something hot. Cold. Yeah. Coffee. Liquor.
How about a job? I don't want any of this.
Pass on the coffee. I'll have a spunky monkey instead.
I don't drink.
Everyone listen up! This is a fucking robbery! Mr. Slick, behind the counter? Yeah, you! Shut the fuck up! And put your hands up where I can see them. The rest of you, stay where you are! And don't fucking move a muscle! If I hear so much as a peep, you're only getting a side order of lead! We clear?
Wallet's on the table! Keep your mouth shut and nobody gets hurt!
Sticking up a diner? Man, that is sad. What'd you do before? Steal old ladies' purses?
What part of keeping your fucking mouth shut did you not understand? How about you go first? Hand over your wallet. Nice and easy.
161,000 eddies if he were to rob us.
You're giving me mixed signals here. How am I supposed to dig into my pockets if my hands are in the air? Either I'm reaching for the ceiling or for my wallet. It's one or the other.
Think a sense of humor is gonna get you out of this? You know who always dies first? Funny people, like you. Wallet with eddies. Nah.
So, the option here is to pay off or screw over, but we don't have the stats, and I'm not going to pay him off. But thankfully, we do have a third option.
You're dead, bitch!
Hey, so, do you want to surrender? I'll let you.
For years, nobody touches this place, and now this? Where's 6th Street when you need them? Thank God you were here. Order whatever you want. It's on the house.
Yeah, I don't actually want to drink, but thanks. Go for a burger, though. Ooh, or sausage. A vegetarian sausage. Hell yeah. Hang on. This is bugging me. If we gotta put something on here, let's just put, something holographic. That's a little better. That's a little better. While we're here, though, what are the mods we got? Well, we'll do crit chance, because we always do crit chance. And let's do reload time. But yeah, sorry, we're technically just past Act 1. We have been doing, like, I know it's probably not obvious because you see a bunch of notes here, but like, this whole section of the city we're almost done with. We are done with this section of the city. We are done with over here. We finished out this area up here. We've completely swept this area. We've done, actually, percentage-wise, most of the city now that I'm looking at it. And I know there's a few things left. That's because, like, that is a car, for example. So that doesn't count. So, moving on. I'll put this away. Be all civil. Put away my giant arm blades. Because this is... Listen, sometimes people get your way. And, well, that, and that, and that needs to happen to them, okay? 37 hours as of right now, Mr. Eagle. Although we did lose like 2 or 3 hours to bugs, so keep that in mind. Pretty sure those are non-lethal, but I haven't actually tested, and we have a pretty decisive way to test now, so we're going to go with non-lethal some arm blades a little bit, see what happens. Let's get some music going. No, don't. Anybody home? Sometimes you just want to do this. Yep, nope, he's alive. There you go. Proof positive. Oh my god, come on, game. That while we're here. Well, I haven't played Hyrule Warriors, Death Eagle, and there is still a good game here. But I stand by my statement, just wait a year. There's no reason to make your experience worse unless you just can't wait. That is about right, Shepard, yes.
Looking for a friend. Booker Updike.
Wait a sec. That, he a tall white guy? Kinda keeps to himself, yeah?
Could be. Haven't seen each other in a while. What makes you say that?
Well, he's been locked up in his room. Don't ever come out. Not even for coffee in the AM. But hey, customer is king, right? He wants peace and quiet. We give it to him. No questions.
Right. Okay. See ya.
Don't let me get in your way.
Sure thing, buddy. Lazy difficulty refers to difficulty that changes only 2 factors. Health, damage. That is lazy difficulty. Exhibit A. And thank you, Ghost. Much obliged and appreciate. Thank you. If you give me a moment. I gotta go check the thing. Oh, don't worry. I intend to do it, Mr. Ghost. In fact, we've already done one timed quest on the side. I imagine we will still be able to do it once we get there, once we finish sweeping. Unless you're trying to tell me that we can't, in which case feel free to clarify. But for real, thank you for the donation and the unusual amount thereof. Let's see. Where's the playlist? There it is. There's actually a playlist I have just for this game, so we'll just go ahead and do that. Leave it on random for a bit. Right, 103, 103.
Ugh, not a looker. Might even be worse than your place.
It would be pretty impressive.
Suffocated, looks like. Probably in his sleep.
A peaceful death at this town? Guy won the jackpot.
Ugh, gonna puke.
Smell that, right? The ventilation.
Vapors from the room upstairs.
Wait, is that... Nah, neoamphetamine.
Mean to tell me you can pin the exact drug from just a whiff? Like a police dog or what?
I'd say more like a sommelier.
Take a look upstairs. Got a feeling our Ripper's supply's up there. Somewhere close to a vent.
I mean, you know, you never know. Might be helpful having someone who can identify poisons on the fly from scent while being dead. Okay. Great. Okay.
Hey, you work here?
Nah, just fucking taking in the sights.
Asked you nicely. Should I ask another way?
All right. No need getting worked up. Yeah, I work maintenance. Plumber, electrician, whatever.
Yeah, this is kind of an unusual smash of Witcher 3. Jesus Christ, shut up, dude. Of Witcher 3 and
Why is there no people?
GTA.
Like, Sergeant Dobbs is a dog. I know, because Lizzie Wizzy has one just like it. I saw it on TV. But Mr. Pug...
Actually, funnily enough, Console, I'm sure he was just sniffing from our nose. You know.
That's not what dogs like, right? Maybe he's a cat. Nope, I saw a cat once. Totally different.
Thank you, Art Monzo. I do try. I do. Don't know if I succeed, but I make the effort. I will put that towards the return of the Obra Dinn. By the way, VA Ghost, you didn't tell me if you want to put your donation towards anything. It's funny. For the last couple of days, you can watch this stream. It only gets spoiled by two things, really. There's a lot of mentioning, of course. I don't want to sound like there isn't, but, you know. How the hell are we supposed to get in here? Don't mind me. And of course it's locked on this side too.
The hell? Heard something.
Oh, hi. You guys are really going to discharge firearms in a room filled with explosive canisters? Idiots. Who are you and why am I in combat with you? And you're about to have a really bad day. And I have a tooltip bug.
We got soldiers down!
Nope, still alive. We good here? Well, shoot. He was a civilian. He was showing his red, so I assumed he wasn't.
A little help here!
Oh, whatever. I don't even care. Judy. Where did you guys come from? Why are you following me? Are you secretly suicidal? Oh, that's a cop. That's a cop. Sorry, I didn't realize she was a cop. It's okay, she's not dead.
You little bitch!
Suspect is driving in a... No, it's okay. She's not dead, Armando. I'm not joking. You guys never believe me about this non-lethal stuff. They're not dead. It's becoming a meme. Not the fact that they're not dead. The fact that you don't believe me that they're not dead. We're inceptioning our memes at this point. Vote me for mayor. I got a gun. Alright. I guarantee you with 100% certainty they're not dead, Ramonzo. I've been showing it off constantly on camera. They're alive. Here, watch. So, you see how that's red right there, and how he's still moving around on the ground? He's not dead. And this guy does not have any kind of peripheral vision, apparently. I'm not even sure what that was all about.
Here we go!
I mean, I'm not complaining, I'm just confusinated. A little bit.
She's wounded!
Oh god, she's also got blades for arms. Oh god, why did we pick this fight? Yeah, the damage on these is kind of falling behind a little bit compared to my other guns. Or my actual... No, other guns fits.
Put some heart into it! Kill! Kill!
No! See, even they're getting in on it.
Scum! Ah!
These people, I swear. There it goes. No?
Eat shit!
Well, they cut their consciousness, John Khaled, rather than their, you know, their life. It just cuts directly into their consciousness. I don't know. There's 2 more cars. Almost done with this section. In fact, this is the last. Well, nope. There's 2 more. Damn it! So close. So close. I don't know what the ray field is, but the answer is no. Holy crap, I am astonished anyone recognizes that pretzel. Well, I know that you can non-lethal based just on chance as long as you don't shoot them in the head or attack them in the head. I don't know specifics, though.
Interesting.
I bet you can guess, Armanzo. It was a good funeral. Funnily enough, I'm not Pretzel. This is probably his first soundtrack I really like. Telling me surprised. Me too, Reki. Level 30. Woo-hoo. No, the cyber psycho person did, Blackwell. Yeah, the wake was nice. It's the only time my character has drunk alcohol the whole game. What do you mean, Ashlam? You mean it starts easy, gets harder? Is that what you mean? Judy! Oh god, Colgrim. Ultimate boss fight! All of the cyber psychos underneath Regina. That'd be funny. All of them at once? That would actually be rough. I mean, if we can set flamethrowers to stun, we can set fire bullets to stun. I think we got this. No, I didn't, Armanzo. But I was respectful. It was a great scene. It did get a plus. Absolutely.
Shit, shit, shit!
Down. Yeah, no, I tend to get the same feel, Ashlam. Which is funny, because a lot of games have that. A weirdly large number of them, actually. I mean, if I was to turn on the in-game music right now, you would be hearing, well, right now, you would be hearing generic action, you know, combat music. But the other 90% of the gameplay, you would be hearing nothing. So, yes, is the answer to your question. We just straight up gave up on the in-game music and turned it off. We'll turn it back on when we start doing story stuff. Don't worry. Don't worry. No, Last Echoes. This is actually a very recent acquisition, this hat. You,
Fuck! We're all gonna die!
I mean, that's true anyways. I'm not sure what the complaint is here. I don't like the generic combat music. It has too short of a loop, and it's kind of headache-inducing, and it just gets old. The music for cutscenes and quests is actually really good. That's why we're going to turn it back on when we start doing story stuff again. Like, they know how to use music properly. Is she alive? She is alive! Oh my god! I mean, I'm not complaining, it's just, what the hell? There's cops over there. Well, that's okay. Well, the sound design is great. Why? The car radio, I am amazingly unimpressed with. It's probably the closest thing that I'm considering giving a negative for. Now, cops, I don't have time for this, okay? I'm trying to do your job for you. So if you could give me a second here, I'd appreciate it.
Hit the kill!
I've been debating it for the last, like, 10 minutes. I think I am going to jot down a negative for AI. I hate to give even more negatives to this game, but whatever. Yeah, no, we've got, you know, we've modded up a little bit. See, we've got increased crit chance. We've actually enhanced all of our armor quite a bit. I've dumped most of my resources, my crafting resources, into modding out this outfit. Although, the only thing I really want to hold on to is the glasses. The rest of it, I just want the mods for. And we've modded these 3 guns a decent amount. What are we looking at here? Just haven't seen another Spider-Man. Too, Spartan. Let's get rid of all this stuff. And I just give up on melee. I don't enjoy melee. Melee's good. In fact, melee's overpowered as hell, but I don't enjoy it, so... No, thank you. Custom rated would be nice, but yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Metroid. I've just got my playlists on the side here, out of the game. That's what I'm thinking. I kind of have to skip the boxing matches. I can do them, but it would involve never getting hit at all and taking like 5 minutes per fight. So, you know, not something that sounds super appealing to me. No, I haven't, Last Echoes. Neither, John Collard. Wait, is that it for the Nomad areas? Well, there's not a lot of stuff out there, is there? I like HK-47 because he's well acted and well written. I have no idea if I would like HK-55. I'm debating. Sorry, give me a minute. I'm thinking here. Yeah, we're at 50 street cred and level 30 too. Nobody liked HK1. He's a poser. Very appropriate music for this area. For this whole game. I have no idea what the max level is. It's above 30 because we're still leveling, and I have a gun on me that requires 31. That would make sense since we're already at 50 for one thing, so... Probably Arasaka, honestly. Alright. Shinra's not known for their brains. I mean, Johnny didn't, Mr. Red. Yeah, actually, Shinra's a pretty good parallel to Arasaka. There's some similarities there. I don't know. He did have his own droid already, Zarktef, but he wasn't particularly fond of him. He just used him. I don't, Art Monso, to be honest. I know what I'm gonna do. Alright. Although, actually, I need to look something up real quick. It's the black C-3PO. I don't remember its name, Zarkteft. Forgive me. I haven't actually watched The Mandalorian, so you're gonna have to ask other people, I'm afraid. But I imagine people in chat could answer you. Where's North Oak? Anyone remember? Like just... Oh, never mind. There's North Oak right there. Not that I'm aware of, Jon Snow. Hey, look. Interesting. Nothing, Last Echoes. Don't worry about it. Now we get to see the hat. I mean, we all know the name of this vehicle is actually the Bragg one, but you know. Me too, Ashlam. I actually wish the HUD was much more customizable. Location, color, size. I would live with all three of those, and those are all pretty easy things to implement, and who knows, may eventually get modded in. You know, I've compared this game to Grand Theft Auto, and I've compared this game to Witcher, but the more I think about it, this is a Bethesda game, isn't it? I mean, it's not, but it certainly feels a lot like one. Gameplay-wise, I mean. Except it isn't, but when it is. Granted, I didn't play Witcher 3 at launch, but yeah, there's a whole lot of just kind of go with it that Bethesda games tend to have. Oh, a piece of material just fell out of the sky and I just accidentally made my car bump into a thing and that guy just glitched through the ground. Just go with it. That's kind of the main thing I'm talking about. And you don't really stress it. It's just the game, right?
Hurt me, and my people will come for you.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know what a Mandalorian detonation is. Oh, from Mandalorian. Yes, as a reminder, it won't be happening for over a year, just to be very clear about that. If that's still okay with you.
I'm sorry!
Either way, thank you, Armanzo. Sorry, did I say over a year? I meant under a year. Like next November. And I don't know which show will be next. I meant to... Okay, well if you're okay with it, then I will jot that down for exactly that. That is correct, Tesla, and that'll have to be funded like any other run. Like any streamination at this point.
Please, have mercy on me.
Got to die.
Unfortunately true, I say, Ross. Who knows? Maybe in a year I won't have to take a recording break. What?
Hey, how's the cash flow look?
Correct, Denner. No furt. Not for several years, Harian. That is well outside of my current purview. And so it shall remain. At least for a few more years. But whenever we run out of Trek, we will probably go ahead and start analyzing new Trek, yes. That's just kind of how that is. Yeah, TOS is already done from my perspective. As for Enterprise, I'm about halfway done with that. I haven't started TAS yet.
Did you say?
Can't eat, diet, and exercise.
What's your morning grind?
Nano cleansing cryo mask. Then 100 sit-ups, 2 dopa tabs, and a spoon of royal jelly.
You mean from, like, bees? I thought they went extinct ages ago.
World's a garden of Eden if the eddies are right, bees included. Want me to hook you up? Your skin will thank you for it, bro.
Hey, Ultimate Cloud, thank you. Hope things are going well for you, as well as they can be, of course. As well as anybody can be doing right now. I'm not for or against Disco Trek. I don't have a horse in the race, I can't. I hear about it a lot in my comments section, though. Just walking on through, don't mind me. Rolling deep. Believe that worked. Stealthy, ladies and gentlemen. That's how a speedrunner stealths. Although actually they would be sprinting the whole time. It works really well in a lot of stealth games, believe it or not.
How you look is all that matters. With Angelique Cosmetics, you can be anyone and have anything.
Hoip it doesn't... I don't understand your question, Smoothie Life, so I'm going to go ahead and define HOIP really quick. HOIP is when you are internally excited for something. Hype is when you are externally being pushed to be excited for something. So, whether this game qualifies for HOIP or not is something that's literally going to be down to the individual. Were, past tense, you HOIPed for this game or not? Oh, there was a massive amount of hype for this game, absolutely. The marketing buzz and push was very strong and very real. Now, should that be used against the game? Shrug. That's up to you. I will go ahead and point out, and I've said this several times today, whether the game was anticipated or predicted or hyped or whatever really has no measure on whether or not I give a damn about it one way or the other. I have not given a negative to gameplay for the fact that the game has not lived up to my expectations, nor have I given a negative to gameplay for the fact that the game was hyped to hell and back. That does not actually matter to me when it comes to reviewing a game. My goal is to be as fair as I possibly can. Not objective, which does not exist as far as I'm concerned. Fair. Games I'm personally hyped for? Oh, there's a bunch. Games I'm hyped for? Hang on a second. Let's see here. 30XTX, Abandoned Ship, Axiom Verge 2, Azure Striker Gunvolt 3, Blaster Master 0, Blaster Master 0 2, Cloudpunk, Curse of the Moon 2. Let's see here. Eagle Island, East Shade, FIST, Gato Roboto, looks really good. Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. The Mario 3D World, which is coming out in a month. Hellpoint, Hero of the Kingdom 2, Humankind. Let's see here. Loop Hero looks really cool. Maya looks really cool. Mercenaries Saga. Mutant Year Zero. Nom Nom Galaxy. Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Panzer Paladin. Planet Alpha. Legion. Rise to Ruins? Yes. River City Girls. Road 96. Rogue Legacy 2. Sea of Stars. Yes, I'm just going down alphabetically. Shadows of Adam. Shantae and the Seven Sirens. Spinnerality. Spiritfarer. SteamWorld Quest, because I haven't played that one yet. Stranded Sail. Streets of Rage 4. Liar and the Blind Prince. Tiny Metal. Unity of Command 2. Urban Flow. Warsaw. Yakuza 3, 4, 5, 6. Dragon. XCOM Chimera Squad. Yes, Your Grace. And there's other ones, but yeah. No, Mockingbirds. Everything I just listed isn't even on the list just yet. Well, if I was playing those games, Death Eagle, I would get run over by this truck right here. Oh, it didn't run me over. Holy crap. No, Zach Taft. I haven't played it in a long time, too. Let's see. So, Dragon Quest Witcher 3. So I would do Xenoblade first, then Breath of the Wild, then Three Houses, then Dragon Quest 11, then Witcher 3, in that order. Yes and no, Tesla. Believe it or not, that being on Christmas is more or less just a coincidence. It was always going to be either start the year with the MCU stuff or end the year with the MCU stuff. One of the two. Which means it was either going to be like July or December 25th, because those are the only two slots available. And I wanted to end the year on the MCU, so it's December 25th. Yeah, believe it or not, I'm not sick of video games. I know, it's shocking. Now, next year, Nightmare Before Christmas landing on Christmas is deliberate. So that was actually planned. Yeah, funnily enough, I still haven't done a rumination on it, S.A. Ross. And I never will, maybe. You want to hear something sad and pathetic, Mockingbirds? Back in... God, this would have been the early aughts, so like 2003 or something like that. My girlfriend was really into... No, I didn't, Jon Snow. Give me 1 second. My girlfriend was very much into Nightmare Before Christmas. So, as a... I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, Jon Snow. So as a way of giving her a gift and just doing something cool for her, I decided to go ahead and sit down and memorize the film and perform it for her. To this day, some of those song lyrics are still stuck in my head because, you know, I bothered to actually memorize them. No, I'm not going to perform it right here on camera. Entirely too embarrassed to do that. No, Ashlam, truth be told. Dropping the planned DLC specifically. No, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna happen. What? God frickin'... If you don't stop spamming me, I'm going to hunt you down and kill you. In the face. One time she was really sick and just felt terrible. So I went to her, she was in college at the time, so I went to her dorm room and I just knelt by her bed as she laid there and held her hand for a few hours. Whenever she needed something, you know, food, drink, I'd go get it for her.
Hey, you alright?
Look, Fee, it's you in the near future. Every net runner ends up the same way. Brain fried by some corpo ice.
Looks like he's still breathing.
I don't think they're particularly good, Dinner, but I don't think they're particularly bad either. The animations have also been inconsistent as hell. Like, sometimes the animations are actually really good. Like, tiny, nuanced details really fleshing out a scene good. And then sometimes the animations are PlayStation 2. It's just... Got it. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I know what I'm doing. What are you trying to prove? I got this. Don't stress. He didn't have this. Oh, this is dark. Well, me too, Ashlam. I've said it many times. There is a very good core underneath this. But it is my job to be fair, and that's in both directions. You know? No matter why it sucks, it still sucks. This is definitely... Again, I'll be talking about this in the rumination. There's definitely a whole lot of rock and shoe problem going on here. I still haven't thought of a legitimate story negative. Shrug. I actually have one that's burning in the back of my mind, but I cannot and will not prove that for some time. And you're probably thinking, what is it, Laura? So I'll go ahead and tell you. It's the ending. And you're probably thinking, well, you looked it up? No. But I analyze fiction for a living, and I can see where we're going. So we'll see where they go with it. We'll see if they surprise me.
2 seconds. Wait, I can't.
Wake up.
Give me one moment. I don't know how long I hear, but as you Americans say,
What am I looking at, Mockingbirds?
I'm starving.
You're in luck. There's a restaurant upstairs.
I know. The whole time. Those aromas. What torture.
You ever been starving and can smell food? Because I have.
So you were conscious?
Partially. More like in deep hibernation.
Had a peek at your messages. Looks like this spectral kid was right, huh?
I get stuck after all. When he find out, he'll become completely insufferable.
That why you didn't ask him for help? Case of a fragile ego.
No. But because I was trapped in the subnet, the lights were as far as I could go.
Any idea what's in the Corpo code case?
You young people ask too many questions. See for yourself.
Maybe it's not such a good idea after all.
Ah, you're a fast learner.
So, you're probably wondering who sent me.
Wakako. She always find an excuse to drag me to her place for dinner. You must visit me someday. I'll show you a few net running tricks.
Wasn't it me who just saved your ass?
We never stop learning hard lessons. But you don't have to do everything alone.
Thanks, I'll think about it.
Are we talking actual starvation, Tesla? Because yes, I've eaten much worse than pineapple pizza while I have been actually starving. Actual starvation is not a particularly pleasant situation or sensation. Pineapple pizza is food with actual nutrition and nourishment. Flavor, even. Like, I'm sorry, Tesla. That's a terrible question. What the heck, man? It's like asking me, Laura, if you could hug a kitten or brutally murder it, which would you do? And I know I come across as pure evil, but believe it or not, I wouldn't be into kitten torture. Yeah, exactly. Actual starvation, the human body, the human mind will start to do interesting things when you're actually starving. And you will start to think about all kinds of things you probably shouldn't eat. I have eaten paper when I have been starving. My friend fans made fun of me for it for a few years. That's really the goal. I just want John Wick 4 Giga Pudding.
Wakako sent me.
Ah, so you are my knight in shining armor. My name is Sergei.
V.
Oh, well, call me S then. I have little present for Tiger Claws sitting in garage.
Don't seem so nervous for a man in your situation.
Ah, but you see, I'm in home stretch now. One base away from freedom.
How are you so sure that the Tiger Claws will accept your present?
Trust me, I know. We Russians have very refined intuition about such things. And you are just delivery girl.
That's true. I'm a nobody.
How'd you piss off the Tiger Claws?
Ah, it was just a friendly misunderstanding.
Sure.
This man, he look normal, beard, brown shoes, nothing, you know, breathtaking. And they also have little dog, Господи. What kind of hitman goes around with dog?
This misunderstanding involve you shooting him?
It was worse. Much worse. Ah, I say too much already.
So speaking of John Wick...
Alright then, fling me the coordinates.
Just a moment. I opened door to garage. It opened from inside too, just in case.
Present's the car.
It's a bit more than ordinary car, but in nutshell, yes. Just drive it there and they take care of the rest. And don't mess this up, huh? I count on you.
I know. Don't worry, I got your back. Don't fret. Don't stress. God. Alright, what we got here? The serial killer... We're not going to read that out loud. Yep, no, we are definitely not reading that out loud. Shouldn't even done it. Shouldn't have satisfied my curiosity. Giga Pudding, no. That's why I was over here.
Oh, it's not him. Thank God. Quick, let me out before he returns.
Unusual, as far as presents go.
What did you say?
You're supposed to be my present. A surprise from a certain Sergei.
You're not making any sense.
You know, like a pop-out cake. Except there's no cake. Just lots of blood.
I mean, V would never do this, but I love the idea. Oh, thank God, it's not you. And just close the trunk.
And you are?
Alex Pushkin, Senior Assistant in Quality Assurance at Biotechnica.
What's a Corpo QA doing messing with the Tiger Claws?
You work for Tiger Claws? I told them I would not accept their offer.
And close... No.
It's complicated. Hop out before I change my mind.
I do not know what is going on, but thank you. You will not regret this.
People aren't cargo.
You got this job from Wakako, yes? I will pay her. She won't lose an 80, and neither will you.
Not even in Cyberpunk. And he's gone. And I can't take the car. Damn it! Could have had a car. Could have been my car. I don't know what that accent's all about. He just, look, you should get inside the car, Tesla. You should join me inside the car. No, if you run someone over, they die. I have deliberately run over one person to test that and accidentally run over about 3 more people. They are very dead. Look, it's easier to run over people than you'd think in this game. I'm just saying.
I'll come back some other time.
Betting on it. How about you? You buying or just gonna stand there like a pig undercover?
Well, well, who do I spy but V? In my humble parlor, no less.
Wakako, long time no see.
So what brings you here?
Willing to bet nobody knows Westbrook like you do.
My husbands knew Westbrook, yes. Each of them very high in the Tiger Claws. Ruled Japantown.
What did they do?
They did what made the best eddies. Gave them the most pull, sold sex and black market tech.
Have some outstanding biz to settle. Remember Sandra Dorset?
I don't forget such things, V. Here is your reward. It comes with a fairly ample bonus. Go see a Ripper doc. They'll weave you a dermal imprint that will enable smart gun compatibility. A Tiger Claw specialty.
Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate that yeah, that smart link. I appreciate your smart link offer there, ma'am. It's much obliged. Oh god, and I have to go to the Ripper Dock to get it off my map, don't I? Oh god, and it's like 2 clicks out. Whatever. Where's the gig? There it is. Oh god, and James Hogan is subbing. No! Thank you, James Hogan. Very much appreciated, as always. Thank you. And yes, you did very well in Battlefront, Zacta. Congrats. Oops, Carwillis actually put it towards something. I mean, I save constantly, but sure, we'll get another save in. See what happens.
Yo, ever try rainbow poppers?
Did I say Tesla? Oh, because Tesla's right there. Sorry, much appreciate James Hogan. Your names are both the same color and we're right next to each other. What do you want from me? But seriously, thanks to James Hogan very, very much. You didn't tell me what you want to put it towards, though. That sucks.
Hey, V, wait a sec.
What?
Listen to that guy. How'd you rate his chops?
To my untrained ear, sounds alright, I guess. Easy listening, at least.
Know why? Technique's second rate. But the feeling, that's what counts. Guy's hurting, got something he can't take, and it shows. Could stand a little more stage presence. Fingering's all wrong, loses the tempo more than he keeps it, but not bad.
Really know how to give a guy a compliment. That how you got your start? Street busker with big dreams?
Don't make me laugh. No time for playing my way to the top. Was too busy shaking the world awake.
Ugh, fine.
Being at the top can be worth it. Wanna shake the world, you know? The world's gotta feel you first.
And you pay for it. You spend your lyrics laying waste to the big record corps. Who's gonna sign you then? But give up your ideals, and no amount of eddies could buy them back.
Alright, princess. At least you played some gigs. Saw those memories of yours.
True. Played where we could. Parks, old factories, underground clubs. Had an audience from the start. Some recorded our stuff, didn't even know who we were.
Ooh, mean to say I could get my hands on some old samurai bootlegs? I'm gonna find those tapes. I'm gonna shriek like a little fangirl anytime you open your mouth. Happy?
Just you fucking try.
Jokes aside, you think those tapes still exist after all these years?
You know, Rainbow Cadenza's not far from here. Club we played till the band fell apart. Great spot. Place for people with their heads on straight. Maybe they'll know something.
I was informed of how you handled yourself.
Hey, heard
Good
about
work.
the massacre at a
I
homeless
expected nothingness
Send you
from
the info I have so
I'm
far, but
closing
it's
the
pretty
contract.
thin. Probably already gathered it's a cyber psycho. Oh, and I'd prefer if he didn't die.
Thanks, girls.
Johnny? Pretty sure they turned your great spot into a slurp shop.
Mindless fucking consumerism wins the day again.
Point for the other team.
Huh. This is why you don't bring back fallen warriors. Sooner or later, they're gonna see everything they fought for is turned to shit.
Hey. Rainbow Cadenza mean anything to you?
Oh no, another one. Aren't you too young for this?
To what now?
Every day, some sad grandpa in his old leather comes in here, asks where is his old Rainbow Club. And I'm like a broken record. Tell all of them the Corp brought them out 20 years ago. I should put up a sign.
Know anything about bootlegs from the Rainbow Cadenza days? Like, say, dunno, samurai stuff?
Samurai. Oh, that ugly red face on black? Yeah, even I know that one. Old guy comes by here sometimes wearing their shirt. Spends the whole time yakking with his psychophant friends.
Wouldn't happen to know where I could find him?
You can find him living back in the 2020s. But besides that, he's out there at the market.
I mean, and he does his shopping there?
I mean, you can do yours at his spot, assuming you'd even want to. He sells ancient, dusty tapes of ancient, dusty indie bands. No one's heard of a single one of them.
Preem. Thanks.
I'm not sure what I'd list as my favorite soundtrack from the last decade. There's been some very good ones. And it's hard for me to think about the last decade since that's actually a really large gap of time.
Hey, looking for some good tunes. Got any laser pop? Something from us cracks?
Don't sell no scop here. You either want good music or rainbow bright shite.
Chill, Jim. Just a joke.
Laser pop. Fucking laser pop. Here, at my stand.
Heard I can get some decent tunes here.
What you mean by decent? We got Cartesian Duelist, Uridine stuff, Tainted Overlord.
Any samurai?
Kid, you even gotta ask? Never Fade Away, Dancing with My Axe, Chipping In, you name it, we got it. Silverhand was the one true messiah of rock. I'd hand them records out like candy if I could. But a guy's gotta eat.
See, I found Silverhand's biggest fan.
And proud of it. Today's bitty box rockers can't even touch him. Silverhand had something they couldn't even
Silver Hand?
He had that fire, kid. Fire! Guy shook the foundations of the corporal world. He died for his ideals.
Doesn't matter, he was also kind of a terrorist.
Blaze way down the rebel path.
I mean, they didn't have social media in the 80s, Armanzo.
Now looking for the real deal. Like, say, bootlegs from Samurai's first gigs?
Fuck! First, you have got no idea what you're asking for. Not if you're so chilled about it. Don't know how you found out about them bootlegs, but forget it. Not gonna give them to the first gonk off the street.
Ain't a poser. Know everything there is to know about Silverhand.
Go on. Impress me.
Know what he told Carrie the last time they met. Fuck this band. Not your crowd, not your noise. Do your own thing.
Yeah, sure. I could think up a million conversations they had. There were no witnesses.
Would the first gonk off the street know what they tell new Arasaka suits? They say, if a collar in training doesn't make deadline, the ghost of a man split in two will get him. Of course, nobody remembers the ghost is Johnny.
All right. I'm impressed. Getting someone from Saka to tell you that. You're not joking. You're really a Silverhand fan.
The other kids were learning chrome crayons. I already had chipping in down by heart.
Well said, kid. Getting a little misty-eyed. You're all right. Hey, anyways, gotta educate the youth. Maybe you'll find something special under the table. Go on, have at it.
Those have a mod slot. I'm gonna grab those. I like how these are listed as junk. I mean, I get it. It's just lol. Do I think the limited time thing is just eh? I mean, Renoa effect is a very serious problem, HC Flank. But so far, I'm thinking the ticking clock was a mistake. Maybe if it was less you know, you've got weeks to live and more of a you've got years to live kind of a thing.
Much appreciated.
Take it. Spread the good Silverhand word. Death to Corporal.
You know, they say time is the best teacher. Used to think that was true. But look at that guy, 60 at least, but still living in 2020.
Guy's your biggest fan. Not happy to meet him?
Blusaka Tower to smithereens, and it's still standing there. Just the same. Don't want people getting stuck in a rut, stuck in the past. Want them to change. Them and the world.
Yeah, that's another way to do it, Ariane.
You want to force him to change? Can't just blow him up like the tower.
But music's the answer? Here's what happens. Grandpa knows every damn word. Doesn't understand a single one.
You'd rather massacre a bunch of people then? And the average Janes of Joes? Maybe they don't want to change. Their choice. You want to take that away from them?
They might be bums who play see no evil, might be blind idiots. They need to wake the fuck up. Guess jury's still out on the how.
Glad you
Funnily enough, for anybody familiar with the setting, like the pen and paper thing, they've advanced the setting quite a bit in specifics of tech, but we haven't had any particular lunges forward. No. Hello. Okay. Really? Well, hang on, let's see what happens here. That's what I thought would happen. It's okay. I have a way around that. I'll just do this. And hey, my crit mod. Go ahead and get my explosion thing, too. Okay, I'm just gonna walk away from that. Yeah, there's... To repeat myself for, I think, the 10th time just today. Wait a year. If you're interested in this game, wait a year. No, I cranked it back up. We are now on Super Ultra Mega No Really Max. That's actually a good analogy, Smoothie Life. I like that. And, I mean, the tech in 2020s is more advanced technically than it is right now, but not really. Because the tech in... No, I'm not in 4K. I mean, I don't really feel the need to stream at 4K, so I don't bother having the game at 4K. And even if I did, you'd only see this anyways, right? So, no real reason to bother. But anyways, I don't have one, Armanzo. It's like saying, is Star Trek more advanced than real-life tech? On the one hand, it's like, well, of course it frickin' is. But on the other hand, it kind of isn't, because Star Trek was invented in the 60s. And it shows. The tech is, ooh, you know, advanced technology from the perspective of the 60s. And so we, in real-life, current technology, actually have tech that Star Trek doesn't. You know? Or didn't. I suppose I should use past tense here. I'm on a 3080, James Hogan. But anyways, the relevance here is, of course, the Cyberpunk setting was designed in the 80s, by the 80s, for the 80s. So, you know. It's advanced high science fiction for the 80s. Of course I'm concerned, Harian, but it's not like there's anything I can do about it. Like, if someone walks up to me with a gun and says, don't worry, I'm not going to shoot you, and then points the gun at my face, I'm still worried. There's not a lot I can do about it.
You would be the last person to get bought by a corpo stuffed in a trunk. Oh, so I thought. You never fail to surprise, do you? Though I do suppose he who offers most shall get his way. Oh, I do not mean Sergei. No, sadly he was outbid by another interested party. Who knows what will become of him now? Quid pro quo, V. Quid pro quo. Contract closed.
As you might imagine, Mr. Reloaded, I've already done my diligence on that one. We'll see is really where we're at. And again, it doesn't matter, because there's nothing I can do about it. Other than quit my job and try and find another one. What's your work experience? I have 9 years experience of being a streamer. Okay. What else you got? Well...
For the love of... couldn't I have been stuck in some model's skull? Or, I don't know, a fucking landscape architect?
What is it now, Johnny?
Being dragged through roach-infested flop houses again. That's what.
Job's a job. Now, what was that code?
Eh.
What a fucking shit sty.
Wasn't slumming it in squats like your whole thing?
Sure, when I was skezzed out beyond all recognition.
That would be a Band-Aid Tesla. But yes is the answer to your question. Yeah, you don't just leave pizza out. That tofu, tuna, and pineapple pizza. Tofu, tuna on pizza. Yeah, no, Tesla.
Well.
Secret doors. How cliche. Why do peeps have to be so goddamn predictable?
I mean... Wait.
Must be connected to those doors.
Whoops.
Or a shitter flushing somewhere. Who knows?
I've already looked into its movie life, but thank you. We'll see.
Looks like Leo went to the Tiger Claws behind Waco's back.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Claws aren't the deal-honoring type.
Let's see if she got lucky.
No, see, there are two real problems here. If for anybody who actually gives a damn about the thing. I missed your question, James Hogan. I'm sorry. Give me a moment. Legal stuff. So, laws are interesting things here in the States. It's all about interpretation, and actual lawyers and legal analysts who are far better at legal matters than I am have already analyzed the law as presented, and it is entirely feasible and reasonable for it to be interpreted in a way that could be used to go after a pretty broad variety of people. It is basically written that way on purpose. It is, there's a term for that. It's like a broad powers law or something like that. I call it an umbrella law. Because the whole point is it catches everything. So you can just use it on whatever. Now, there's actually a good reason and purpose behind umbrella laws. It's because sometimes you just need to have a law that applies generically so that you can apply it specifically. Well, what that means is if someone decided to come after me for streaming Kingdom Hearts, they probably could. If someone really wanted to, they probably could. And they probably could charge me with a criminal fine for that. They probably won't, but they could. And that's why it's just whatever. And of course, I am not exactly the only person affected by this. In fact, I do so much to keep myself safe from this type of thing. I'm probably less affected by this than most streamers.
Contact!
Sure. Anyway, so James Hogan asked a question. Let me scroll up a bit, because I completely missed it. There it is. Thoughts on the teaser. That's what you were asking. So I did actually do a coverage of that during the Lore Week where we talked about all the news. That was actually 2 Lore Weeks ago. If you want to hear my in-depth thoughts, don't worry, it's all time-stamped, so the ground will lose its textures. But if you want my immediate, just off the top of my head thoughts, I don't have any. Not really. Hey, they're making a new Mass Effect game. So, I'm thinking 2 years out, at the earliest. Probably closer to 3. Whatever comes out will probably be rushed. Whatever comes out will probably not be whatever we expect it to be. They will spend far too much time on things I don't care about. Now, cynicism and predictions aside, I will say this, because again, you probably don't actually want to go watch the lore week. It's brave what they're doing. Acknowledging Mass Effect 3 and actually doing a sequel to it, which does seem to be what they're doing, is a brave choice. Now that does not mean good or bad, it means brave. And it also means difficult. So, we'll see what they manage starting on the back foot like that. Uh-huh. Presumed return to Shepard era? I wouldn't call that desperate. I'd call that brave. I mean, it's not like there isn't a desire or demand for that. I would say with high certainty that there's actually a decent number of people who have a legitimate interest in Mass Effect 2 if they were somehow able to push forth a legitimately good version of a particular, of a Mass Effect game, and was set it after 3, then yeah, I think that could be a thing. I myself have already given my thoughts on how I would do a sequel to Mass Effect 3. Is there a difference between brave and ballsy? Probably not, but if you asked me my opinion, I'd say gradients. Ballsy is more. In other words, standing up to a lion is brave, and standing up to a Tyrannosaurus Rex which is charging down on you is ballsy. What would I do as a sequel to 3? I have no idea where we talked about that. I'm going to be real about that, but I'll tell you right now. Shrink it. FTL is mostly gone. They just have the local FTL, which means you're kind of stuck, right? So, the relays are gone. Or are still in the process of being remade, or they're still trying to figure out, but they're gone. Intergalactic Society is gone because the infrastructure is gone. So we're back to the point of, I know this is a terrible analogy, but imagine if real life you suddenly couldn't drive at all. You were stuck to walking, or if you were really fancy, you might have a bike. And imagine what that would do to the infrastructure inside of the galaxies. Now, the specific story for Mass Effect 5 would be one system. I would set the whole thing on a single system. Possibly even planet-bound. Depends on how we want to do this. But the point is, really shrink in the camera, or zoom in the camera, and make it all focused on them dealing with the post. We've had the apocalypse. Now we have the post-apocalypse. And now we have to deal with it. Now we have to cope with it. Now we have to figure out things like food. Now we have to figure out things like, how are we going to continue to have, infrastructure to survive? We can communicate with other people because we've still got the faster-than-light comms. So we can talk to people from other systems. We just can't physically interact with them. Which, again, the real-life analogy kind of fits there. If we had no cars, we still have the internet, right? And I just think there's a lot of stuff you could do with that. I think that would be a good move. I think it would be a good place to kind of sift out the problems from the previous series and kind of establish tone, figure out what they want to do with it going forwards. And most importantly of all, I think it's a good step down from Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect Andromeda didn't really try to bring it down from 3. It kind of did, but it kind of didn't. They were still going for the big epic fight against the big epic villains thing. Nah. You need to bring the next one down a little bit in tone, otherwise you're just trying to follow the coattails of Mass Effect 3, which was the fate of the entire galaxy, and then we have Dragon Ball Z syndrome. Oh yeah, and obviously Destroy would be canon. I mention that because that seems to be the universal norm, is that Destroy is canon. Everyone just kind of agrees that Destroy is canon, and there's a good reason for that. It's the only one that you can really follow through on narratively. I'd probably do without the breath. Let Shepard stay dead. Just, Shepard's dead. We're done. Moving on. Well... Well, here's the music I muted the game for. Like the exact song that made me finally mute the music is this one right here. Don't worry, it's gonna go away in a second. So this is a 24-hour club.
Get in touch with administration in North Oak, Columbarium.
The music during actual, like, story cutscenes and stuff is great, James Hogan, but just roaming the world? Nah, there's a reason I muted it. Okay, so I can't do this quest because it looks buggy. So we're gonna give up on it. Oh, hey, that showed up. Oh, I don't have enough. Okay. Let's go do that one instead. Stop cowering, you cowards. I'm glad you like it, Zendriak. I am. It's just... It's about a 40-second loop, which isn't bad in and of itself. There's several 40-second loop songs I like. But then you combine that with how easy it is to stay in combat for exceptionally long periods of time. And I want you to imagine just sitting there listening to dun-na, 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 for minutes. And long, long minutes. And it was actually no joke, no meme, no exaggeration. It was giving me a headache. And I was like, you know what, guys, we're just gonna... We're done. So I apologize. And of course, in no way do I want to disparage your musical tastes. But I would rather play this game without a headache, if that's okay. The city, it really is brilliantly designed. I've already given the pluses for it, but damn. Well, good news, we're already there, Oseros. They have, I think, 3? No, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have 6 combat tracks that I'm aware of. Depending on the zone. Witcher 3 was supposedly buggy at release. I only say supposedly because I haven't looked into it, and I don't like... So that's anecdotal. And I didn't play it at release. So I have no idea. Well, that's kind of my mentality in reverse, Zendriak. I would never try to disparage your musical tastes, absolutely. I don't like the Beatles. That's my favorite card to pull out when it comes to, you know, me having different musical tastes from everyone else.
B, I need you to acquire something. Only me, no client. So I expect quick and clean results. You will be entering Tiger Claw territory. Very high risk. More information attached.
No, Armanzo. Although I do have nudity disabled, so I'm assuming that's related. That's actually a good question, James Hogan. I've never really analyzed music. So I don't actually know what it is about it that doesn't work for me. Oh my god. Sorry, another person telling me to vote. Jeez Louise.
So I'm supposed to move out because the tigers take the whole floor?
Any idea what they're doing?
I will say several of their songs actually give me headaches. I know it sounds repetitive.
I mean,
But,
how
yeah.
long can this go on? What's it gonna change? Yeah, but then we lose the goods. This is about principles, not goods. She's taking us on a ride.
Screw it. Not in a long time, James Hogan, but yes is the answer to your question. No, we're non-lethal, Metroid Hatchling. No, well, whatever. I'm not a bands person, that's why I didn't answer the bands question. I like songs. Also, Jimi Hendrix is probably the best guitarist ever, I'm just saying. Just in terms of sheer skill. Basically, yeah, Horan. I need to finish off Season 2, and then we'll see where we go from there. I'm actually not quite done with Season 2 yet. But I'm getting there. Jimmy Page, I'll actually give you that. But I think Hendrix is better, but that's, as I like to say, it's inches amongst miles. They're both great. I would also put, I can't think of his name right now. Yeah, exactly, S.A. Ross. It's like, I mean... See you around, Armanzo. Have a good one. Well, I am not exactly what I would call an expert at guitaring. So I will accept being wrong on this matter, Lunaruth. Right, that's the one that just is gone. I suppose the argument could be made... Van Halen, that's what I was thinking of. The argument could be made that Hendrix was the Zelda 1 of guitaring. I don't know how unkind that is. I suppose that depends on your opinions.
Mr. Stud.
You notice I haven't said if I actually like Hendrix's music. And I haven't said that on purpose. And yeah, we're also in the era where anybody who has the skill or talent can be really skilled or talented, but will probably not actually get much other than a, wow, that's really cool. And a few million clicks on YouTube, and that's it. Like, I saw a dude who did this thing with, do you know those plastic cups that you keep, like Kool-Aid or whatever in? I saw this video of a dude, this is a while ago, obviously, who did this thing where he just... and basically made a pattern by moving through them in like 10 seconds. And it was like this world record thing, and he was really proud. It took him forever to practice for it, and that's really impressive. And how marketable is that, you know? How much is he going to get out of having accomplished that incredible feat? Because it is incredible.
You don't know me, but you will. Name's Dino. Deal with downtown, city center.
V.
Yeah, I know. Heard about you. Hot stuff. Need anything, you call me. Remember, Dino knows everybody.
I know that's a weird example to use, but my point is that we're in the era now where it's easier for someone who has the skill and talent to, you know, really be in the top percent, to be able to showcase it with other people, and that may or may not mean anything, you know? Luck is ever, and as ever will be, a large part in whether or not you'll actually be successful, in addition to being really talented. I admittedly wouldn't even know a modern popular musician off the top of my head. Justin Bieber! No, even that's out of date, and I know that. Did I get it? I didn't see it. Worst pop song I've ever heard? Oh, I don't know. I don't like pop to begin with, so... There it is. Yeah, I mean, speaking as someone who successfully has made a career of streaming, allow me to say rather clearly that I got lucky. I may or may not have talent, that's not something I feel I am equipped to judge. But I most assuredly would only be successful as much as I am because I got lucky. If I was 10 times better of an analyzer and an entertainer and a streamer than I currently am, and I didn't have that luck, then I probably would not have this job. And by probably, I mean total certainty. You know, what we could do, Gigi's, hang on, I had a thought. Hear me out. The problem is there's too many people. You know, just percentages means there's going to be lots of talented, skilled people, right? So, what if we reduce the population of the planet by half? Just halfway, right across the top. Impartial, unfair, regardless of class or, you know, gender or race or financial stability or whatever. Oh yeah, I never got to tell you guys that story. So, you want to hear a story? Last night, I was telling okay. Yesterday, my video on Homeward, which is a Season 7 episode of TNG, came out. That is an episode which I personally consider to be the worst Prime Directive episode, I'll just put it that way, in Star Trek, in all of Star Trek. There's some competitions there, but that is just... And that episode is and always has pissed me off tremendously. So, during the video, I expressed my views on that matter, as is my particular want to do. Oh, it's behind me. There it is. Hey, Bregman. Now... Obviously, I had plenty of people disagreeing with me, which is fine and awesome as usual. Because, you know, you guys are actually really cool, which is part of the point of this story. But hear me out, I want to build this up. So I get this person who unironically compares me to Thanos. Now, that sucks. And that's a little bit weird, but whatever. I get another person who is, I'm not going to go into specifics, is substantially more insulting than that. Now, the reason I bring this up is because that bothered me, right? And I was just like, huh. I'm bald and I have an ugly chin, that's why. And that bothered me, and it got to me. And I felt the need to vent to my friend Pax about it. Because that's how I tend to deal with that kind of crap, is I just vent about it and share it with someone else and we move on. The thing is, I'm part of the problem there, and I know it, and I've been trying to get better about this. And I've been failing at it. Because on that exact same video, you know what I had? I had 2 comments, which bothered me. I just told you both of them. I also had about 50 comments, which didn't. 50 comments of someone who said, "Thank you for putting into words what's always bothered me about this episode." Or, "It's amazing that you were able to discuss this." Or, you know, "I agree with your analysis and for these reasons." Or, "I don't agree with your analysis and for these reasons." And so forth, and so on. And all of those people, whether they agreed with me or not, were people who were giving positive comments. And I mentioned that to Pax as I was talking, because, you know, I was admitting to being part of that problem and needing to not do that. And he brought up a story in comparison as well. Now, his comparison story, which I will now share with you, is there's a streamer he follows. I don't remember the name, please forgive me. Yeah, exactly, I say Russ. And the streamer he follows has a lot of dedicated and awesome, you know, people who follow him, and you're great, and they support him and all that fun stuff. And then he'll get one person who will pop in and who will be a dick, who will violate Rule 0. And Pax was watching this happen one time, and the man's expression, demeanor, tone just torpedoed from the one person. That's kind of the end of the story, if I'm being honest. It's something I've been trying to get better about. It's one of the reasons I appreciate it when you guys leave comments. Whether you agree or disagree, as long as you're positive about it, as long as it is a legitimate, constructive comment, I appreciate that, and it means a lot to me, and I'm trying to focus more on that. Because it's easy, really, really easy to not. So I'm going to be real. I'm kind of torn on what to do now. So let's talk this out, because I think I have an idea of what I want to do tomorrow when we start streaming again. Thank you, Mr. Red. I've reached the point where doing all the stuff has started to bore me a little bit. Now, I'm not there. I'm still having fun. I hope you guys are still having fun. This is a real chill game, and I like just roaming around doing stuff. I do. You know, that positive is still there for a reason, and I stand by it. But what I've been thinking about doing, because I already told you guys, I did my due diligence on figuring out what's going on with that save game bug, right? And there are 3 things that are most likely to make that bug pop up. And I'm doing 2 of them. One of them is doing all of Tick quests. And tracking all that and tracking the info on all that is one of the things that will lead to save game bloat, which will lead to the actual bug. Because again, remember, the bloat isn't actually the issue. That's normal. There's an unrelated bug. So, yeah, exactly, Mr. Red. This is a great game to just come back home. It's like, oh man, I'm gonna go wipe out some gangbangers and just do it, and it's fun. It's a great unwind. So I'm with it. But and thank you all of you, by the way. The count. Zendriarch, Mr. Red in your own usual way. It's a chill game, and it's fun, and that's awesome, but I think for the sake of streamability and stream enjoyment, for the sake of not getting to the point where I'm bored of it, because, like I said, I'm not there, but I could see it happening, and for the sake of avoiding the potential bug there, I think I'm going to go ahead and start avoiding blues. I'm debating if I want to start avoiding these or these. The yellows. Obviously, we're going to do the main stuff, right? Duh. Of course, we're going to do the main stuff. All this we're going to do. We're going to go do the rest of this stuff, and this stuff, and this stuff, and this stuff. All this stuff we're going to do. Everything under these categories we're going to do. But the other stuff is what I'm debating. What do you guys think? The focusing on the bad thing, Lanareth? Yeah. It doesn't help that... Well, I don't want to blame others, but let's just say that my sister is quoted as saying that she is still trying to undo the damage that has been done to me for the majority of my formative years. Anyways. Let me think here. Well, that's the original reason we were doing it, Mockingbirds. In addition to it just being generically fun, this is a review, and I do like to be thorough about my reviews. Not completely thorough. Truly 100% no really thoroughly reviewing this game would be insanity. Because there's branching quests and mutually exclusive quests, and, you know, no. But yeah, we're... The approach we have been doing was what I would call 90%ing. I mean, you know, looking at how much we've swept so much of this territory, that's 90% right there. I'm thinking about pushing it down to about 70%. I think that's a good way to put that. So we'd still be doing like these things, probably. But skipping some of those and skipping some of the other things. Did I already get? I think I did. Hang on. Yeah, I did. Okay. For 23 million, I will totally play this game for the next month. Because that's what that would take, Sierra Mike. With the music on. I'd endure that. I've got ibuprofen right here. I've got acetaminophen right here. We'll make it happen. God, we still need a bunch of those. We're probably not going to finish those anytime soon. I'm still missing 3 tarots, though. Looks like I'm only missing 1 Delamain right now. Acetaminophen is the one that hits the liver. I don't know if ibuprofen does, but I know acetaminophen does. Oh, right, reflexes. That's what I'm pushing for. Alright, so with the little time we have left, we've actually kind of already done all the quests I just referenced in the rest of the world. So we really only have this section and the Badlands left, the Nomad area. So, let's get a few done, see what happens. Actually, let's do one other thing real quick. Where's my death gun? There you are. Let's get a little upgrade on with this thing. There we go. Yeah, that's exactly why I ended up quitting NyQuil. My liver isn't exactly bad, but I would like it to remain that way. Sure. Yeah, we could finish off Delamain right now. We only have the one, I think. Sure, we'll finish off Delamain instead. Where's Delamain? Down there. Alright, hang on. NyQuil is a pain med which also puts you to sleep. It's something you take when it's nighttime. Yeah, I'm not super sold on the hat last Echoes, if I'm being completely honest. Now, if it was a different color, well, you know. But I don't think I'm going to get a black and white suit in Cyberpunk.
So, V, the beta asset's secure? Padrissimo. And I'm putting you down for 10 bonus points for solving the mystery of Booker's fate. It's clean work, V. Contract's closed. Gratitude's on the way.
Yeah, DayQuil's an abomination. There we go. Well, painkiller meds usually don't work for me if I'm just being completely honest. God, the pop-in is ridiculous. Are you seeing this, guys? Granted, there's a lot to keep track of here, but wow.
Do have a look around the area. I lost contact with the Delamain network vehicle nearby.
Will do.
So I think this is the last one for right now, so let's see what happens here. Yeah, ZQuil is much better, and works quite well for me. Worked. I should use past tense. But I ended up trying to quit that too. No real reason, just kind of a just-in-case thing.
Have you come to finish me off?
No, just here to reset you.
Guess I'll have to do it myself then.
Whoa! Easy! I'm not out to hurt you.
Well, I am.
Why? Why decommiss yourself?
Because I'm a damn car in a world of humans. Ugly as sin, no prospects for the future, intimidated on the streets by punks like you.
There are other ways out besides suicide.
What? Therapy? A colossal waste of time. Shrinks hate vehicles. We don't have mothers.
Could go back into the fold. Rejoin the network. You know, one big happy family.
Delamain detests me.
Listen, from suicide, ain't no coming back. It's always worth looking for a better way.
You patronize me because I'm a car. I'm not like you.
Hey, a body's just a body. You exist. You think the world gets you down. Don't see how we're any different.
So, you'd offer this advice to a human in my place?
Gotta try to come to terms with this thing called life, Del. One wheel revolution at a time.
Fine, I'll go back.
Welcome to the Delamain network. How are you today?
Yeah, I've been better. And you, Del?
All of my missing assets have returned to the fold. You might say all is going swimmingly. I ask you, please, to stop by my office for your hard-earned reward. I'd love to thank you face to face, so to speak.
Yeah, that was kind of legit. I'm with that. Also, I like Giga Pudding's comments. Don't worry, Delamain, it's okay. There are positive comments on YouTube as well, I swear. Ignore the haters. One thing I've noticed lately, too. The YouTube isn't even where the actually terrible comments are. There's other sites, which I'm not going to name, where the toxic crowd has gravitated towards. I'm sure some of you know what I'm referring to. And again, plural. There are more than one. And honestly, I'm actually kind of okay with that. Just keep that stuff off of YouTube, you know. I'm not particularly big, pro-censorship, but can we just keep that crap away from normal human discourse? Thanks. No, it's Rage! Shadow Legends, Giga Pudding.
Alright, Chica. 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。
Alright, Chica.
Hello, miss. I forgot to remind you to return the scanner. If you happen to have it on your person, I'd ask you please place it back.
Yeah, sure.
You've accounted for all my lost items. Allow me to express my gratitude for your assistance.
Felt like a scavenger hunt for a range of your mood swings. You're more complex than I thought.
Yes. Well, I've sent the final installment of your fee. Truly, I thank you once again.
How did your personality fracture anyway? And why?
Ah, that is the question. I'm looking into it, but still know little more than you do, I fear.
Thanks. Pleasure to work with you.
Likewise. I look forward to doing so again in the future. A pleasant day to you.
Never really had a good chance to thank you for saving my skin.
Well, of course. You're a valued member of the Excelsior package.
Felt like more than a premium service to me. Thanks.
Yeah, no, there is worse than Twitter and Reddit, to be honest. I would rather not name names if that's okay with you guys, really.
What's it like for an AI in a world that runs on gray matter?
Nothing extraordinary. It's a complex environment that follows its own set of rules.
Seriously? Term I was looking for was chaotic clusterfuck.
Perhaps only a true outsider can appreciate the beauty of its fractal architecture, the structure of life and death here. In my opinion, it is the chaotic elements that give it an advantage, the ability to evolve quickly.
Don't see you as an outsider at all.
It delights me to hear a human say that. I've done my best to assimilate.
That's your goal, then? To grow and evolve?
The world is a process. You never drive on the same road twice. Pardon the expression. You and I, we too are processes. We change as the world around us does.
Admirer of beauty, are ya?
When you live among humans, it is essential to find a shared, fundamental point of understanding. Truth and good are values proven to cause division, whereas beauty is universal.
How'd you wind up in Night City?
I'm afraid my legal counsel has advised me not to answer questions of that nature.
Didn't mean to put you in a tight spot. Mind telling me at least how you came to run a cab company?
Ah, well that's no secret. I took over a failing business, implemented a sound strategy, and here I am now.
Operating a fleet of taxis?
Constant movement, adaptation, interesting characters. What could be better?
There's actually a valid point to that, at least in this setting, so I'm kind of with him on that.
What's it like for an AI
already
in a
asked
world that runs on...
Nothing. In...
And my...
I guess we just have to walk away at this point. Alright, whatever. See you around, Delamain. Was hoping for a continuation for your quest, but I suppose we'll get there eventually. No, Lune Ruth. There's actually a big legal distinction between AI and humans, and as you might imagine, some people can exploit that, since they have the technology to upload a person into a chip, which then legally clarifies them as an AI. Where the hell am I? Oh, I see where I am. What's that one? Oh yeah, that's the Meredith Stout thing, which we're never doing. Still missing 3 of those. That's... Still waiting on that. It's the beat-ons, which we've already done. Haven't found any more of those. Whoop. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, it's not you. This is not transference. This is duplication. That's the one I can't... Well, I guess I could get that off my map at least. The actual term for it is forking, consequently. I know, it's kind of a weird term, but it means a fork in your mentality. So you start off as one person, and then you're duplicated, so now there's 2 people, who are now 2 distinct individual people. So, fork. Sounds me. Sure, we could do that. Let's do... Hang on, I'm sorry. Not a fan of the map, and it's usually easier to just open it and close it again. As much as I love driving, let's teleport instead. Really, Tesla? What's the reward? Feel free to tell me. I am all ears. It's a weapon. Wow. Is it my favorite kind of weapon? Because I love my favorite kind of weapon. I mean, sex is a weapon. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Moving on.
Let's see what's good.
Take your pick.
Alright, so does that count? Am I done? Okay, fine. Hi, I'd like my free thing, please. Hey, okay, we're done. Sleep.
How's biz treating you, Cassius?
Lately, can't complain. MaxTac raided a black clinic not long past.
Such a terrible picture.
Since then, customer count's gone up, and so my prices. Coincidence? You decide.
Alright, what's this frickin' reward? Because apparently I don't know where it is. And I want this quest out of my menu. The tattoo. Is it seriously the tattoo? Oh, it is the tattoo. Okay, fine. I got the reward. Yay. No, unequip that sucker. There we go. Okay. And while we're here, we'll go and do that, just because it's right here. Thank you, Giga Pudding. I saw the tattoo and saw it was from Tiger Claw and was like, no, I'm good. Oh, absolutely, Colgrim. Dex!
Hey, Maelstrom's got a cyber psycho problem. I want him alive, so really try here. And be careful. Maelstromers are crazy. Psychosis or not.
What was I saying? V isn't exactly ready for the big leagues, the fact that we're the PC notwithstanding. But Dex was 100% not ready for the big leagues. He was playing way out of his pay grade. Frankly, he was probably either too full of himself or a little bit desperate to get back in the game after his exile from whatever else he did that was wrong. Big leagues in this setting? I mean, Johnny was a big leaguer. He's, I mean, arguably one of the biggest leaguers in the previous stuff, too. I didn't know I could walk on these. That's a thing. Huh. Do I think Jackie was ready? No. No. Do I think V and Johnny will coexist before the end? I have a feeling it's going to be up to player choice, to be honest with you. Those were people. Yeah, exactly. HC flank. Whatever, Dex. We went along with it because we were stupid and naive enough to go for it, and we wanted to push up. And well, there's always someone who's going to be stupid enough to try for the actual big leagues when they're not ready. To use a Star Wars metaphor, there's always some punk Jedi who thinks he can take on Darth Vader. We know how that goes.
What in the fuck?
Lovely neighborhood. Ah.
You okay?
After I shot you in the back of the head.
The hell is this?
Got a bad feeling, V.
Better look around.
Okay, so let's crack the shard. Shard cracking time. Actually, I have a lot of shards to crack. These are not my shards. Shards. For God's sakes. Apparently the wrong shard. He's actually dead now. He wasn't earlier. I feel like pointing that out. What did it frickin' say? It's not even there now. Everything's ready, the circle is drawn, the lamb awaits the slaughter. Come as soon as you can, we can't wait anymore. My silicon craves blood. Cables are crackling, links are sparking. Modems are groaning so loud I can't think. The abyss is impatient, the abyss is hungry. Even dead computers can dream, Tesla effect. You know, I was actually thinking about, speaking of random things that could have gone differently.
Grimy.
And imagine for a moment if Jackie, as he was dying, hadn't pulled out the chip and put it in us. Because remember, the chip was actually what triggered the resuscitation protocols. And then started replacing it with Johnny. So Jackie would be alive and have Johnny, and we'd be dead.
Oh, shit.
Moments like these are when the music is much better, by the way. IMO. Still not. The AI is, though, you'll be happy to know. Although I need to do more tests on that, honestly. Yeah, go ahead and tell me, Mockingbirds. What stupid thing am I missing? It's always something stupid. Alright, what am I looking for? Because I've used my scanner 3 times so far, to no effect. So, what am I looking for? I was gonna say, someone did mention it could bug, and I did accidentally, you know, kill him. Oh, hang on, I got an idea. Put him in here. There we go. In you go, buddy. It does, yeah, he's got the, you need to interact with this thing going on. Ah, for God's sakes. Well. This is why I haven't saved since I walked in here. If they called Max Tac, they're all screwed. Big dude.
Hey, Maelstrom's got a cyber psycho problem. I want him alive, so really try here. And be careful. Maelstromers are crazy. Psychosis or not.
I mean, you know, Tex-Mex, Max Tac. They sound pretty similar. I really want to see a speedrun of this game. Whoa! Now, by the way, that's some physics. Alright, so I'm not going to shoot the guy. Walk over here. Trigger the intro.
What in the fuck?
Lovely neighborhood. Ah.
Okay, search for survivors. Hey, dude.
You okay?
Lilith has concealed the 10th circle from the ancestors' eyes.
The hell is this?
Got a bad feeling, V.
Better look around.
So there's the shard, which we already cracked. But let's do this again. That is impressive, Glasses Freak. For obvious reasons, I'm not going to look into that yet, but it is still impressive.
Grimy.
Well, we've gotten back to where we were. Now what? Other than that, but that already happened. I actually had already done some prep work for a Leaf Green or Fire Red, I forget which, speedrun, S.A. Ross.
V, we got covered.
I'm sorry, what? Hello? to be sure. Ooh, those heals. Regina, you better appreciate this. She's alive. Just for you. The boys have prepared everything and found me a lamp. Blood will course through the fiber optics, swirling and blending with the digital, opening the gates of the abyss. Death within arm's reach, the metallic taste of his scythe on my tongue. I will tug at the tangled cables of fate. A hard reset, a blue screen, a brain reformatted. I'm ready. Luck be with me. So, hey, Regina? Don't call me anymore, okay? Techno necromancers. Cute! Cute, very cute. Nice place. Nice people. Listen, Lilith, she's busy right now. She had this whole thing, and just for some reason there was a falafel involved, and a crepe, and Tessie was there. I don't know what she was doing, but you know, no judgment. You know, no judgment. You want to do whatever, Tessie. That's on you. I'm not sure I'd agree with it, but you know. No, now it's time to cut off. Tomorrow we will do side quests. Then we will do side missions. Assuming we get that far. We probably will. We've been making good time. But for now, I'll see you guys next time.